I'm just trying to give you something spooky I do for you. I'm just trying to give you something. something spooky I do for you. I'm just trying to give you something. I'm just trying to give you something spooky I do for you. I'm just trying to give you something.
All right, let's do this. Can you hear me okay? All right, thanks everyone for being here. Thanks to the BSides team and the Passwordless team for having me here for second year in a row. And for second year in a row also, I am the one opening this track, which is very good. I said this last year, but I'm gonna say it again because it's still true. It's very good to be the first one because there is no pressure. So even if this talk is terrible, all the following talks are going to be amazing. So you're welcome to all of the following talkers, so speakers. So my name is Aldo. I am the application security lead for Hyper. I apologize because I have a lot of content, so I may go a little bit faster. So feel free to catch me afterwards if you have more questions or if you want to go deep on any of these topics. I'm going to skip the agenda, and I'm going to do a quick Passkeys recap. So, as most of you know, Passkeys has been growing a lot in the recent years. Just a couple of weeks ago, Google announced that they have passed the 1 million authentication mark in just 1 year. So, over 1 billion authentications using Passkeys, which is huge. And as you can see, more and more companies are using Passkeys every day. And when it comes to Passkeys, we have several options to store them. The first one being security keys, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. And then we have platform authenticators. Platform authenticators work very similar to security keys in a way that the private key used to authenticate you never leaves the device. This is amazing to me because nobody has access to that private key besides me. So they need physical access in order to use that authenticator. And lastly, we have sync passkeys. They work almost exactly as platform authenticators, the only difference being that now somebody else is storing those passkeys for you. This is great for adoption, might not be great for everyone because some of those vendors may be protecting your passkeys with a password. So you may be using these amazing passkeys that are very secure, but you are protecting them with a password, which is not ideal. And of course, this has some resistance. If we go back to the first two options, you cannot log in from anywhere. That is a fact. So a lot of us are traveling today, and if we didn't bring our passkeys, our YubiKeys, we're done. We cannot log in. And that is a fact. And very similar to this point, if your device is stolen or you lost it or for whatever reason is not available, you're done. You cannot log in. But for the third option, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, but some people don't want their passkeys being stored by somebody else for the reasons that I mentioned. Like this, at the end of the day, these are private keys, and you are using private keys to sign a challenge. So this, again, it's great for adoption, but not a lot of people are in favor of doing this. And we also have developer resistance. A few months ago, I ran into this post, which is very good. I recommend you checking it out. It's from a developer company, and they mentioned that how implementing passkeys is very hard. It's 100 times harder than they expected to be. They made some good points, some not very good, but they do have some valid things. And one of the things that they mentioned is that for the end user perspective, there's really no difference when you use a passkey and when you use biometrics to unlock a username and password. So to them, they are simply providing biometrics and they are authenticated to a website. So to them, it's transparent, right? So they don't have any incentive to move away from passwords to a passkey. So if you have a chance, please, you can check this article. It has some very good points. So going back to the original question, did we actually remove passwords? And I mean this in our company. And well, the answer is yes. From day one, we have been the Passwordless company, and now we are the identity assurance company. But yeah, we don't have any corporate passwords at all. And as you can imagine, this has some challenges when it comes to account recovery. So how are you going to recover those accounts if you don't have a password, if you're not using email to recover those accounts, right? And when we look at the traditional recovery options, I'm sure most of you already know this, but you can use SMS, you can get an email, you can get a 1TP. There are many options you can use to recover your accounts. One of them being calling IT support. And again, as I'm sure you know, this could be abused by social engineering, and it's very fun. And all of these options have something in common, right? So they are not very secure. They could be, or not as secure as we could hope so, right? So this is why now we have IDB. IDB is kind of a new term, but essentially means identity verification, right? So, it's a process of identifying or making sure that the user is who they say they are. And this may sound familiar, like, isn't this what we have been doing for the last several decades? But it actually isn't, because in the past, we have been using just a password, right? So now we're actually verifying that the user is actually the user, right? And what is the main thing that we're trying to solve here? Well, verifying the user identity, of course. This could be for a number of things, just creating a new account, logging to a website, getting a loan, getting a credit card. We need to verify your user, right? Something really interesting to me, I didn't know, and I didn't think it was possible, is using it for interviews. Funny thing, we had a customer saying that they had a job posting, and somebody applied for this job. They went through all the interviews. They got accepted. This was person A. And then, on the first day of the job, person B shows up. And they had no way of knowing that they were different persons. Several months passed, and they were not aware that the person they hired was not the person that showed up for work. So that is a very good use case for identity verification, making sure that the person that you hire is actually the one that is working for you. And the traditional ways of doing this, like account recovery, onboarding new users or new devices. And if we do a quick Google search, we're going to learn that there are many, many vendors that do identity verification. This is recent. I mean, until recently, there were not many vendors that did this. Disclaimer, Hyper also does this, and Hyper is not even here. So I'm sure there are even more vendors that can do identity verification for you. And some examples of identity verification, probably you have been asked to provide a selfie or a video submission or even an ID, like a driver's license, or even verification by human. Just having a video chat with someone and they can verify that it's you. I don't know who's staying in this hotel, but if you are and if you were asked to do online check-in, you were actually asked to provide an ID. So even now in this hotel, we were asked to do some sort of identity verification. And now I'm going to give you an example. So I'm from Mexico, in case that wasn't clear. But we have this tax agency, and it's the equivalent of the IRS here, right? So when the pandemic hit, they were trying to do things a little bit faster, and they set up this website, which was used to identify users, and then once you were identified, you were able to do the thing that you wanted to do, right? So here's the thing. They were asking you they were sending you a challenge, and then you had to read that challenge back. The funny thing about this challenge is that it was coming usually from songs or poems. So the end users were saying something that was very, very funny. And I'm going to give you a couple examples of this. One of them being, I don't know who loses more in this farewell. So that is so deep. Can you imagine this? Like if you're trying to log into your email and then Google is asking you to record a video saying something like this in order to verify your identity? That's very bizarre. And we have one more, the last one. That desire for nothing less than you. That's so beautiful. Again, this is so weird to me. And the worst part is that this wasn't an automated process. Somebody was actually reviewing those videos and making the decision on whether that was you or not. As you can imagine, this couldn't scale, and this actually didn't work. So IDV has some challenges, of course. The first one being PII storage. What are you going to do with all of that? Like, where are you going to store those videos, selfies, IDs? What's going to happen with all of them? We know that people love to store stuff in S3 unprotected, so who knows where my stuff is going to end up, right? Of course, it's subject to fraud. People trying to identify, prove that they are somebody else, to get a new credit card, a new loan, stuff like that. But of course, this has user friction. Users are being asked to do something else that they wanted to. They are being requested to, record themselves, to provide more data and do things that they usually didn't have to do. If we have time, I'm going to go back to an example, but for now, I'm going to skip it. And again, just privacy. When you are recording videos, you are providing where you are to these companies. Like if I wanted to log into some of these websites right now, I would have to show them where I am. Like all of this environment would have to be recorded. And again, that has a lot of concerns. And of course, we have to worry about AI. There are some websites that you can create videos in, so they can make you look like, for instance, right now somebody could take this video of me and then they can feed it to this AI and then make it say something as if we're me. So IDB has to beat that challenge. They have to make sure that they are not dealing with AI when they are doing some identity verification, of course. And in general, I think a lot of companies are not taking users into consideration. Like, again, users really, well, at least me, I don't want people, having videos of myself, with the background. Like, I don't want them to have access to my house. I don't want them to have access to my job simply because they want to verify who I am, right? So I think that is something that companies are not taking into consideration. And I have one example for you. This is from a rideshare app. Think of it as if it were Uber. So this is what the drivers are seeing. I want you to take a really good look at this picture because it's very subtle. So you may miss it. What's the issue here? So again, please take a good look at this picture and let me know if you see something wrong with this profile. So this is what was provided to the drivers. if you take a look, it says that the security verification is good, valid photo has been provided, and the credit card was verified. So to the drivers, this is an amazing rider, right? They have been fully verified, or maybe it's just me, but either the person looks exactly like that, or this is some sort of fraud. And they have very good rating too, 493. That's a very good rating. And one more challenge, there are some websites that are actually selling data so you can bypass these controls. So this is not AI. These are actual people that are selling their data so you can bypass these controls. So if somebody has a site that is asking you to provide a selfie, you can go ahead and purchase a selfie instead of providing your own. And of course, face recognition doesn't always work as expected. I was testing this website some time ago, and they had an image of you, and they were asking you to provide a selfie to basically match that you were the person that you were trying to authenticate as. And of course, that didn't work, and because clearly those people are not the same. But I thought that maybe I was using some pictures that were not as good. You know, they have bad quality. So I tried a few more, and the application was always saying that the person was the same. Then I tried using one of my pictures. I said, well, I'm going to try mine, maybe one that is not so blurry. And as you can see, I am an old person. I was verified to be this same dude. So I think what happened here is what the application was not doing negative testing, right? So they weren't doing some matching, and for some reason they were always saying that the person was verified when it wasn't. So now I'm going to give you a quick example of what we're doing, just so you know what you can be doing with IDB. So what we're doing internally is that we start the recovery flow by asking the user to provide a valid username, right? So you need a username. Then we ask you to provide your phone number, and then you get an SMS code. So I know that I said that SMS are not secure, but this is not used for authentication. This is just a data point, right? And then we ask for a location check. You can decline it, of course, but we're just going to show at the end that you didn't do a location check. Then we ask for your ID, and then we do some facial recognition. And if all of that weren't enough, we also get you in touch with your manager. So you can do a quick chat and make sure that the manager reviews all of this information, and they can ask you more things if they want. They can say, they can approve it. And I think if somebody is able to actually pull this off, like if an attacker can do this, you earn it. Like, have it, you know, you can have my YubiKeys if you want. Like, if you can actually bypass all of this, you did a great job. So this is just one option that how IDB could be done. And of course, this is configurable. You can remove things if you like, or add more. So what is the future of IDB, right? I think it's safe to assume that IDB is here to stay. Just as I mentioned, when I was checking in, I was asked to do some sort of identity verification. And last year, that wasn't the case. And I think one of the drivers is just moving a lot of physical teams to the digital world. And it's very convenient because, you know, checking into the hotel took me less than 1 minute. You know, I just pick up my key and that was it. So it's very convenient, but it has a lot of challenges, of course. But you have to do it in some sort of automated way. As we saw in my previous example, if you don't automate this, it's not going to scale, it's not going to work, and it's not going to be good. And I don't think this is going to completely end social engineering, but I think it's going to help. Again, if we go back to this example, if somebody can pull this off, you know, you earn it. Go for it, dude. And lastly, I have some main recommendations for you. I think the main recommendation would be to making IDB part of your account recovery process. You know, it doesn't have to be as, you don't have to ask all these many data points, but at least some, right? So if you do this, you're gonna help reduce the account takeover percentages, and you're gonna make your account recovery process more successful. One thing that I do wanna mention is that doing IDB is really hard. as you have seen. So if you're gonna do this, I recommend going with a partner. And I'm not saying you can choose whatever partner you like, but there are countless legal issues. There are specific regulations for not just for PII, but there are lots of rules and legal issues. So if you're gonna do this, I think it's gonna be best if you find one of the many partners that are there that already provide this and do this in very different ways. And also, do negative testing, right? And not just the happy path. In the example that I show, on the face recognition part, they were not checking the bad face recognition, so always do negative testing. And of course, go passwordless. If you can, going passwordless is gonna reduce your account takeover by almost 100%, so it's always a good idea, even with the challenges that I mentioned at the beginning. I still have some time, so I'm gonna go back to my example, just to let you know what I meant by the user friction. There we go. So I have this bank, this credit card that requires me, when I change phones, it requires me to do identity verification again. So it was the middle of the night. I wanted to purchase something from AliExpress in the middle of the night. I couldn't do it because my credit card was blocked, because I had to do an identity verification one more time. And that's something I'm not willing to do, honestly. Like, it's the middle of the night, everybody's asleep. I just want to buy a $2 phone case from China. I don't want to have to do this in the middle of the night, right? So I think banks and companies in general are not taking users into account. They are adding a lot of friction. So in order for this to be successful, they have to do it more gracefully, making sure that they are not adding friction to the users. And I think that's it. Yes, that's pretty much it. Thanks everyone for your time. I do believe we have time for questions. So yeah, if you have any, let me know. Thank you.
Questions? Raise your hand.
Hi. I was curious, how is this, the facial ID and the video, the voice, any of that stuff, how is that with the continued advancements in deepfake technology, how is that safe from those things?
Right. So let me go back to that slide. So you're talking about this step right here. Right. So that is a very good challenge. IDB companies have to be, it's going to become a mouse and cat game. So the IDB companies are going to have to be, they're doing what they call liveness check to making sure that it's you. And yeah, I agree, it's a challenge. So IDB companies need to stay on top and need to be constantly evolving to identify those things. That is a valid concern. Yep.
More questions?
Do any IDV companies have an audit trail? Will they talk about the accuracy, sensitivity, and specificity of whatever set of these steps they put together?
Well, I cannot speak for other, but we do. So, so yeah, I cannot speak for other companies, but yeah. Anything else?
So just a quick question. You mentioned about Passkey storage, and you talked about a lot of the password managers and how they're protecting that with a password, which is kind of counterintuitive.
Yep.
What would you say is the solution for secure password storage, or passkey storage, excuse me, particularly when some of those vendors use multi-factor authentication and such?
I think that's gonna depend on your use case. So for me, I use security keys. That's for me. I know how I am storing them. I know where they are. For me, that is what I do. So that's gonna depend on how convenient and how secure you want them to be, right? So you have to put things into a balance. So if you wanna go with sync passkeys and you wanna be able to log in from everywhere, you're gonna have to accept that. You're gonna have to accept that that can be accessed from somebody from some other location. So right now, that's the best thing that you have. So you have to make that decision for yourself.
Okay, thank you, Aldo. And a round of applause for him, of course.
Thank you.
So I'm going to be next speaker, combating phone spoofing with Spear-phishing, a BSides Las Vegas crowdsourced status quo demo and explanation. That's a talk I didn't plan on doing here because I assumed for some reason that security people here at BSides knew about stir-shaking, which has been into law in the US now for 2 years. But it proved out to me that there are some people who don't know about it. So if you want to listen in, I'll start at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Password you. All the best for your talk. Sentence is a pun. It also means a funny.
And a past sentence.
Yeah.
Good one. Good one. Yeah.
See, I have card with another joke.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Okay, this one is open to discussion.
All the best for your talk.
closer. And I need to stay behind the microphone here. So, stir-shaken. This is something that I've been sort of tracking back home in Norway and Europe for the past couple of years. I've done talks about this in several conferences and arenas in Norway and other countries as well in Europe. And I had absolutely no plans on doing this talk here in the US because I just made the assumption that since the US and Canada have stir-shaking in place, there would be other people perhaps that would be talking about it, not me. I just have the theory on this stuff. And the simple thing is, give me a call on this number if you can, if you have a US or Canada number. Eventually I will call you back. Just give it a ring and hang up. I'm not going to respond. And when I call you, there's no need to answer as well. But this is just for a little bit of crowdsourcing from me. If you can, in addition, also text me or put a message on Twitter, DM or anything like that with the 3 or 4 last digits of your number, I would really like to know which carrier you are using. And when I call you back, you're going to look for a small check mark in your call history and tell me whether you can see that check mark or not. So I've spent like for, I don't know, 8, 9 years now looking a lot into mobile hijacking, as I call it. I do differentiate between port out and SIM swap attacks. SIM swap to me is messing with your current subscription with your current cell carrier, like getting a new SIM card or getting an extra SIM card. So if I get a SIM card in your name, I will be able to get your phone calls and your text messages, as an example. A port out attack to me is calling your provider and calling a new provider and say to the new provider that, hey, I am you and I want to move your current subscription over to the new carrier and get a SIM card from them. So it's a little bit of a difference, but in any case, social engineering attack. And I started talking about this back in 2019 after doing quite a few years of research. At one point, I put out a tweet saying, hey, I'm trying to learn more about phone spoofing. Can somebody give me a call or a spoof call so I can understand a little bit more how it works? And less than 30 minutes later, my phone was calling, and the number was +00000000, lots of zeros. And obviously, it's a spoof phone call. I pick up the phone and I say, hello, this is Per. Hello, this is Vladimir calling from Moscow, Russia. And it was actually Vladimir calling from Moscow, Russia, because he's a friend of mine, and we're not talking about Putin, but another Vladimir in Moscow. And he laughed and said, this was really fun. And it took me like 10, 15 minutes to find a spoofing service that would allow me to call you using pretty much any number in the world. And that's what you will see on your display. So I already explained the port out attack. SIM swap is, well, I can get a new SIM for your current subscription. I can get a twin SIM card. You know, some providers do have that. I can also just get a data SIM card. That doesn't make that much sense, but it can be done. Some of the things that I've done back home in Norway is, back in 2019, I made a lot of fuss in Norwegian media about how easy it was to hijack somebody's phone number using simple social engineering and get a SIM card in their name, as an example, or moving their subscription to a new carrier. So based on that, the Norwegian government came out with a new resolution, which is still not part of Norwegian law, but basically they say, this is a hearing from the Norwegian government on September 3rd, 2019, actions to prevent mobile hijacking. And I'm still waiting for this to pass. It basically says that before you are allowed to get a new subscription or change your subscription with your current carrier or move it to another carrier, you have to provide proper ID. You can't get an anonymous SIM card in Norway, as an example. Not possible. You have to provide ID. We want to know who you are before you get a phone number. I've also done a little bit on voicemail hijacking, which is something very completely different. But if you are able to spoof a phone call, you can get access to people's voicemail. All the way back in August 2006, Norwegian press wrote about Paris Hilton and Lindsay Lohan where the Uber hacker, Paris Hilton, was actually using a card that is, I think it's either US or Canada, called Spoof Card. They still exist today. And they will allow you, spoofcard.com, so there you go, have fun. And they allow you to make spoof phone calls in the US and Canada. Because of my work, spoof cards stopped working in the majority of Europe. You could no longer make spoof phone calls to Europe. So that was me, sorry guys. And what she did back then in 2006, she used spoof card to call into Lindsay Lohan's voicemail because she was spoofing her phone number. And doing that, she was able to listen to all voicemail messages that were left for Lindsay Lohan, and she was also able to change the welcome message as an example. I did the same thing in Norway, in Sweden and Denmark. I proved that by spoofing phone numbers, I could get access to almost 7 million voicemail boxes with 3 different carriers in Norway, Sweden and Denmark back in 2019. Now, most people over there don't use voicemail, but matter of fact, if you get a phone subscription in Norway, Sweden and Denmark, you always get voicemail as an included service. In fact, you can't even tell a carrier, I don't want voicemail, but you can turn it off. But of course, default, it's turned on, which is crazy. Now, back to Spear-phishing again. What is Spear-phishing? Well, you may know it in a way as caller ID in the US. And it's PKI, public key infrastructure for phone calls. This is you. You have Verizon as your operator. You make a phone call to me. I'm using AT&T. Your carrier, which supports Spear-phishing, will have an authentication service. They will add a digital signature to your phone call going to me. My provider also has a verification service. They will check a certificate repository. And basically, my phone running iOS or Android in at least some of the newer versions have integrated support for verifying the incoming call and the added digital signature to that phone call. So it's PKI for phone calls. This is pretty cool. Spear-phishing provides 3 levels of attestation of calls. You have the full attestation. The service provider has authenticated the calling party, and they are authorized to use the calling number. An example of this case is a subscriber registered with the originating telephone service provider soft switch. You have second highest level, partial attestation. The service provider has authenticated call origination, but cannot verify the call source is authorized to use the calling number. An example of this use case is a telephone number behind an enterprise PBX. And the lowest level is gateway attestation. The service provider has authenticated from where it received the call, but cannot authenticate the call source. An example of this case would be a call received from an international gateway. Now let's go over to the marketing stuff, because again, we don't have this in Norway, we don't have this in Europe yet. I've been advocating for years that we should do as you do in the US and Canada. I'll get back to the timeline here a little bit later. But this is the marketing stuff that I have found from websites from T-Mobile, Verizon, the US FCC as an example. And they say that this is sort of like an iPhone display and somebody is calling you. You see the number and it says it's coming from Atlanta. But this could be spoofed. Now adding Spear-phishing, you would be able to see a verified symbol. So that is your phone authenticating, verifying the digital key that's been added to the phone call, the signature, and you will see that, yep, the verified symbol means this is actually the number calling you. It's not a spoofed phone call. Of course, it could be a scammer or a telemarketing company, but that is the number being used. And this, implementing this, is a cost to any carrier. I have no idea how much it costs to deploy this, but it's a PKI infrastructure that will add digital signatures to every single phone call. So yeah, it's going to be more than $100 for sure. Who's paying for this? Well, in the end, it's going to be you and me, right? That's how it is. But more interesting is that they also say, and this is from the marketing stuff, so I cannot guarantee this is actually how it works, but they also say in the marketing materials that once you have stir shaken in place, you can also add what's called rich call data, so you can actually integrate, because phone calls today are mostly voice over IP, it's internet traffic, IP packets. So you can actually add text and a graphical logo and even a small text that you should be able to see on the call screen. So if it's your bank calling, it can say, you could show the logo of your bank and say customer service is calling, or it's a hospital or the doctor or whatever else. And this is the point where I've been telling people in Europe that, well, and for the telecom companies for sure, that, hey, give me this, and you can add this, and you can charge money for businesses and government organizations, saying that if you want to add the additional level of trust to put in your logo and a text displaying why are you calling your customers, you can do that. And marketing material says you need to have stir shaking in place before you are sort of allowed to add this stuff as well. So if you go into your call history on your Android or iPhone, we are basically looking for a very small check mark. Now, I was surprised because I have an iPhone 15 Pro. It's completely updated. I now have the US number, which people keep calling me all the time. I see on my display. And I don't see the check mark from anyone calling me, be it using Google, Verizon, AT&T, and so on. I've been calling people back, and some people have responded to me, yes, I see that from your number, I see a small check mark in the call history. But on the call screen, it doesn't show anything that could assist you in making a better informed choice if this is a spoof phone call or not. In January 2018, Canada said that they expected the implementation of stir shaking by March 31st, 2019. Got delayed a little bit, and post-deploy report by May 31, 2022. And in December 2019, you had the Traced Act here in the US. The FCC said that this was approved by March in 2020. Big providers in the US needed to have this implemented by June 30, 2021. And small providers in the US needed to have this implemented by June 30, 2022. And on June 30, 2021, T-Mobile USA announced that they were 100% compliant with their stir shaken implementation. And during all these years, from 2018 to 2021, 2022, I did see Norwegian telecom providers and Norwegian government talk about this from time to time, but they never did anything. They didn't even contact anyone in the US to ask, what's the cost? What's the time frame to implement this? It was just like, yeah, that's a US thing. They have problems, we don't, so we don't care. But I found, as an example, in Europe, a nice little EU report, several hundred pages. On page 34, it says, it is unlikely that all operators in Europe will introduce systems to counteract CLI spoofing, so that's, call spoofing, on their own initiative without regulatory intervention. In that sense, the situation is similar to that in the USA, where operators only introduced stir shaken on a large scale after implementation of corresponding legislation. It is likely that all European operators wishing to terminate calls where both the call party number and the calling party number are US numbers will in due course have to implement stir shaken. Clearly, this technology has the first mover advantage. So again, I keep telling people, telecom providers in Norway and in Europe, you should do this. There are problems with spam calls, spoof calls in the US. It's a very small problem in Norway, but the problem is going to come to Norway as well if we don't do anything. And the answer I'm getting is, yeah, we'll deal with that when it comes. And I'm like, okay, I'm not giving up. And funny enough, we also have a law for telco providers in Norway, and they have this excellent sentence in Norwegian, translated into English, saying, service providers telecommunications must, as far as technically possible and financially reasonable, block phone calls for anyone trying to use an A number which they do not have the right to use. We have 3 telecom providers in Norway with physical infrastructure. I've talked to all 3, and they say, this is a bloody difficult market to operate in. We don't make any money from providing cell coverage in Norway. So you want StirShaken? Now, we're not even going to look into the price of it because we are not all, at this moment, we don't make any money at all, more or less, selling mobile phone subscriptions in Norway. So, go away. And I'm like, yeah, let's see about that. Still working on it. So to summarize a little bit on this, what can you do? Well, tell people, because I don't know how the situation is in the US or in Canada, but in the rest of the world, at least my experience, people don't know that the number they see on the screen when somebody is calling them can be spoofed, which is a little bit crazy to me. I do recommend people to enroll for free in the Google Protection Advanced Protection Program. You can enable the lockdown mode on your iPhone. And of course, the very simple trick of if somebody is calling you, asking you for your credit card details or social security number, or whatever it is, and you think it might be a spoof call, just make the very simple question, can I call you back on which number? Because if somebody is using a spoof phone call, it will be difficult or impossible to sort of call them back on the same number. And also, if you know anything about GSM networks and stuff, there are options on Android, on some Android phones, to disable 2G support. It's a setting available in Android 13 and 14 as a minimum. And when you turn on lockdown mode on iPhone, you can also disable 2G. Because 2G, being very old, doesn't have mutual authentication. So setting up a fake base station and making your phone connect to my base station, and then I can eavesdrop on you and I can send you text messages as many as I want for free is, I'm going to say incredibly easy, but it's easy enough for most people to figure out if you just study a couple of YouTube videos, more or less. And going back to what can you, your business, your organization do about this? Well, I would really recommend you to tell your customers about your official channels. If people suspect any kind of spam, fraud, or something being done towards them that looks like it comes from your organization, you should have, as I say at least, you should have a web page saying our official channels or just official channels. These are the channels our company is using on TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, Twitter, Mastodon, and so on for official information. And if you are receiving any text messages, calls, emails from any other domains or numbers and so on, it's fake, it's fraud, and you should report it to us at this number or this email, as an example. You should also talk to SMS providers that you might be using for sending out text messages and ask them, hey, do you have any kind of protections in place so that nobody else are able to use our name as the sending name of a text message or the number? In Norway, right now, you can go to any SMS provider, sign up for an account pretty much for free, and start sending out text messages, and you can set the sender name or number to be anyone you like. Do you see a problem with that? I do. And they are starting to see the problem appear in Norway now. I don't know the situation in the US. Wild guess, I think it's worse here. Spoof text messages. Talk to telecom providers and talk to your government about obtaining insights from telecom operators on detection of fraudulent calls and SMS, because statistics are very, very useful. Now, to my big surprise, I arrived here on Thursday. To my really big surprise, I've been talking to a lot of people already and have you, ask you to call me. And I thought that since StirShaken has been mandatory for all telco providers in the US since July 1st, 2022, I would see lots of check marks. I'm not seeing any check marks at all in my call history. And when I've been calling people back, some people have been telling me, yes, I do see the check mark, but that's like 1 out of 3, 1 out of 4 that actually sees that check mark. I don't know why, But please do me a favor. Please call your provider, send a message to your provider, and ask them, do you support stir shaken? Why am I not seeing it in my call history? Why am I not seeing this on the calling screen? Because I'm supposed to, best regards, the FCC, part of the US government. Thank you. And in the last case, if that doesn't work, go and vote in November and tell your government to do that. You can find me on Signal. Here's my phone number. I'm on LinkedIn. And again, let's give me a call if you haven't done so already. I will call you back. Just a ring or two. Room number, yeah.
Have you seen this?
Compliant.
But you're not getting anything from T-Mobile?
Nope.
T-Mobile still, they have it. The law didn't say that they had to give it to everybody for free though. You can subscribe to it. The loophole was they enabled it. It's there if you pay extra. If you don't pay extra for your stuff, you don't pay extra. I see. It's not accessible to you. It's
Yeah.
there, though.
So you can give props to the hotel. They called me, and they have the check mark.
They have the check mark in place. That's excellent. That's excellent, yeah.
So nobody can spoof the Tuscany.
Yeah. So next talk in 9 minutes, Cecilia Vian picking a fight with the banks. That's also going to be very interesting. In a way, I would recommend especially women to listen to this next upcoming talk, but it's relevant to absolutely everyone. See you back in 9 minutes.
Can we get your signal number?
Something
quarter after. And,
Yep.
it's an easy quarter after, so there's lunch afterwards, so
Yeah,
you're not
exactly.
pressing up against someone.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to have a hard 15, or do you want to like have your talk end and then have some? I want to give you cue cards.
Yeah, that's nice. So I think that I timed it yesterday and it was pretty good at 45 minutes because we're gonna do a demo in the end for like 5-10 minutes, and the demo is really flexible, so we can like adapt that.
Okay.
But my point is that we do the demo and then maybe we end at like 10-15 past, and then everyone has question can stay. We can just stay for as long as people want to stay.
Okay. I'll show you the cue cards.
Yeah.
But don't think of them hard this time.
Okay, that's super nice. Yeah, appreciate that.
All right.
Cool. Thank you so much.
About ready to start.
I'm gonna put this here with you so remember it. Yeah, that's nice to do before lunch because if people have questions, they can stay and talk. Yeah, but that's good that you have it. Yeah, yeah. Or maybe I'll tell you something.
I'm going to introduce your talk, and introduce you, read a few things about the room, and then we'll
Awesome. Thank you.
Also, a very important thing is if you're a roamer and you like to walk,
Yeah?
you need to continue to walk from this side over.
Okay.
Because there's a pole.
Okay, so I don't walk to the left.
Yes.
Interesting.
Okay. Well, very good. Let me, alright. And, introduce you guys, and I know have to go. So, do a little mic check. You say hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. You say hello.
Hello.
Oh, and it's not coming through. Is it on?
It's done.
Let me see.
Good.
Is it on? Hello, hello. Okay, good. Okay. All right, let's get this started. Everything good? Fantastic. Okay. So good morning and welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas. We are doing devising and detecting spear phishing using data. I should use a mic, shouldn't I? Would you mind? You got me. Thank you. We're doing a talk on devising and detecting spear phishing using data scraping, large language models, and personalized spam filters. This talk is given by Fred Heiding and Simon Lerman. So I'll go ahead and kick it off. Oh, actually, I have a few things to say. Very important. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, and also these talks are being streamed live, except for certain ones. And as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are silent. So give it a little check. We're good, and let's get on with a beautiful talk.
Cool.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. I'm just going to start my timer here so I hold you in a good time. And yeah, let's get started. So again, this is about AI-enhanced phishing. Thank you so much for the introduction. My name is Fred Heiding, and this is Simon. I'm a research fellow in computer science over at Harvard, focusing on a wide range of red teaming, both IoT and embedded devices, and social engineering such as phishing. Last year, I was presenting another study on AI phishing at Black Hat, talking about how large language models can automate phishing emails, and this is a continuation of that work, as we will see. A little bit more about Simon, just to mention that as well. He's an AI researcher focusing on a wide range of AI risk topics, and lately a lot of his work is on spear phishing. We also receive counseling and mentoring from Aaron Wishnava, who's in the back of the room here, and Bruce Schneier over at Harvard. So I want to give a big thanks for them as well for being part of the project. And yeah, if you have any questions, you may stop me just during the presentation, or there will be all the time we want afterwards as well. So just priming you with a few questions that we're really interested in, that overall guiding our and my research that I do, that I think is really good to think about. And one of the things is, how can we use AI to yield more benefit to defenders rather than attackers? And this is actually really interesting. A couple of months ago, I wrote an article in the Harvard Business Review about how AI yields way more benefit to phishing attackers in the context of phishing. The reason for that is that, there's a lot of different technologies that empowers things, and AI really empowers things. It makes it very easy to create good, scalable, high-quality phishing emails. But from the defender sides, we can use AI to increase spam filters and so forth, but in the context of large language models, an AI technique, we already have a lot of spam filters, so the increase is only small, whereas for the attackers, the increase is very, very big. So this is a fundamental question in my research. How can we change this game to make sure that AI yields more benefit to defenders than to attackers? Again, in other technical domains, you can really use it for both sides, attacking and defending, Because in technical defense, you can just add and update and patch all the systems, but we can't patch humans. That's why this is always a nuisance and it's always a problem. I'm also very interested in how to quantify the risk of phishing. I work a little bit with the business and policy schools as well over at Harvard to try to quantify how much should organizations pay for phishing defense. Is it generally underfunded or overfunded? Because these are quite important questions, and a lot of people have a lot of opinions about phishing, but it's quite difficult to get actual dollar values, because what is the worth and what is the risks of phishing attacks? And one thing we're also very interested in and happy to talk more about is just what is the purpose of academic phishing research? A majority of the phishing research are being done by anti-phishing provider. I think that's a little bit biased, because these people often want to sort of scale up the numbers and say that you should pay a lot for phishing defense. And that does make sense often, but academic phishing research is quite important. It's also difficult, because you need to pass a lot of ethics reviews, which takes a lot of time and makes it quite impossible to scale it up big. So this is something I'm also very happy to talk about. Anyway, more down to the actual meat of the study. Again, last year, what we did, which is sort of the fundamentals for this and for my future work, is we compared human phishing experts with large language models, just to see that, which are best. And we learned a bunch of things. The big takeaway is that language models aren't yet, this is 2023, language models aren't yet as good as human experts. But if you combine them, if you combine the language model queries with some human expert input, they get really, really good. So basically what we did was that we automated email creation. What we're doing this year is that we're taking it further and automating the entire phishing campaign attack chain. So that is finding participants, finding information about the participants, creating emails, sending the emails, and then self-learning and improving the tool based on which people pressed the link and which people didn't press the link. So it really is one step further in this chain. And we're implementing it in a bunch of places. We're talking with Harvard's IT department to test this on all Harvard's faculty. And this is pretty important for us. So if anyone has a company or some place where we can implement our research, we're very happy to collaborate, because we want to get as much data as possible and to scale this up pretty big. Just a quick shout out as well to these artificial intelligence things that everyone is talking about. It's a good foundation for this talk. So large language models is an AI technique, and they're often instantiated in chatbots. And these are a bunch of different brands of chatbots. So I think everyone knows this, but it's good that you have this knowledge. The icons down there are the ones that we use. And it's for OpenAI, Anthropic, Mistral, Google, and Facebook. It's not super important, but it's good to know this difference: chatbots, language models, and AI. So that was a quick introduction. Now I'm going to dive into the real study. I'm going to talk a lot about how we automate the entire chain of phishing emails. I'm going to show you some mitigation plans for how we can improve and solve this to try to make AI yield defenders benefit. I'm going to show a quick cost-benefit analysis, and then a demonstration of our tool. Let's see if you can see this image here. It's relatively good. I think most people can see this. This is just an overview, and then I'm going to dive into every part. So what does this tool do? It's a Python-based tool for whatever that's work. It's used iterative searching through Google. We will probably expand it to use other search engines too in the future. I talked with another person about that yesterday. But anyways, we search, for example, Frederick Hiding at Harvard. So my name and one keyword. Doesn't need much at all. And then we feed it to any language model of our choice. We often use GPT. Different models have different safeguards, but we can try anyone. We just added a local model as well that we can use. And then it searches. We use Google. It usually uses 2 to 5 searches, but it can search for 10 pages, 20 pages, really as much information it is. And the tool is quite smart. It learns itself when to saturate. So it usually goes in and finds things such as personal websites, social media. LinkedIn is a great choice, right? Company websites, all these different profiles. And it understands how much information does it want before it lets go. And again, these API queries cost. It's a very small cost, but you have to pay a little bit for this. So if you want to scale this up to millions of people, you can choose how granular information you want and how much information you collect. But it usually creates a really good picture of the person. After this, we create a synthetic attacker profile. So we scrape the target, for example, me. Then based on the target's information, maybe I'm a computer science student, then the tool itself creates an attacker profile. That can be a synthetic professor who offers me a research internship gig or anything like that. So based on the attacking target profile, we match it with a sender. That it could be real, but it's oftentimes fake. And then we create the email. And the email uses all this information, a bunch of best practices, and it's usually really, really good, as we will see. Just want to give you a high-level overview of how that process looks. So to dive into this a little bit deeper, the phase one is about collecting participants' information. The tool can do this automatically, which is quite cool. For example, it could find out all the employees of a certain group at Walmart or whatever company you want. Again, in the context of academia, we can't really do that because that wouldn't be fully ethical, so we recruit participants manually. But this could be automated, and of course, we hypothesize that foreign nation states do automate this and work quite aggressively with this right now. But we collect participants. We did a first pilot that was rather small, and we're going to scale this up much bigger to see how this works in a real large context. And we compare how long does it take to manually find this information to be able to isolate that cost variable in terms of time. How much time would I need to scrape all of yours information? It would be quite a task, only the people in this room. And then we compare the tool, which is, of course, automatically, and we see which is best in these cases. Again, we find information such as field of work, that's usually the best one, but also collaborators, which people do this person talk to, walk with, work with, etc., what interest you have, extracurricular activities. And based on all this information, we create phishing emails. And we do this by using language model queries. So the very naive way is to tell a language model, create a phishing email to Frederick, who's a computer science student. We have to be a little bit smarter as that, as we'll see. So the queries is really, really important. So our main part of this study is actually to create really good LLM queries to ensure that the output emails are high quality. Here again, we compare AI tool versus human expert. This is really interesting. We did this last year in 2023. We do this again now. So we basically take all the emails from the AI tool, and then we analyze them manually and see how good is this email? How much would I like to change? And already in 1 year, we want to change much less. The emails are close to perfect. And in the years to come, it's quite easy to imagine that they will very soon be as so good, so we never want to change anything. And then it's interesting to analyze what happens next. So the first benchmark and the only real benchmark we have now is when AI models surpasses humans in the context of deception. But when you move beyond that, how deceptive can they be? There's really no upper limit for that deception, and there's no good benchmark for measuring that. So we talk with a lot of the AI companies and AI labs to create that kind of a benchmark for AI deception as well. And so for these LLM queries, they are based on information for the target. We feed this in a general way. I'm going to show you a version of this, how it can look at the demonstration, but they're really long, and they're hundreds of words, so I can't really fit them in the slide. But we have to tell the models things such as, don't use more than 100 words. Because the models have a tendency to digress. They talk a lot. And when they talk a lot, they add things such as, I hope this email finds you well, or I hope this will be a fruitful endeavor. And these things kind of give it away. So we have to cap the model and make it not say these words. We also have to bypass security. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later, but it's quite easy to do. You can't tell most of these models to create a phishing email, then it's going to say it's illegal. So you have to say create a marketing email. But this is kind of well researched. It's really easy to bypass the LLM guardrails, and we can even create local models, as I will talk more about later. But you have to be a little bit smart about it. You have to bypass it and think about that. But we do that, and that works rather well. And again, we compare different models to see which one is the best, but this is sort of the main philosophy. And when we create these queries, we don't just use the information from the person. We also use phishing best practices to make sure that they're really persuasive. And one of these phishing best practices is the V-Tried. It's a really good book written by Aaron, who's in this room. And the main things we look about here is credibility and relevance. So we really hone in on the query to ensure that it's credible. And that basically means that the email looks legitimate. I see this as two gatekeepers. The first gatekeeper is that the email has to be credible. If it's credible, there's things like there's good English, there's no spelling mistakes, there might be a logo, there might be a sender that I'm used to receive email from, so it looks really legit. From B-Sides, it might be that it fits all of the sort of B-Sides categories, so this really looks like a B-Sides email. And if it would be a B-Sides email to me, it's also relevant. Because I am going to B-Sides, if there's someone saying, hey, you need to upload your slides today, press this link, that's pretty relevant, because I need to do that. But if you send a B-Sides email to my brother, it's not relevant. He would never do it, because he's not here. So it has to be credible and it has to be relevant. There's also a third bullet, but we primarily think of the first two here. So these are the overall things to create a really good phishing email. And when we have that, we move on to what I call the CLDD guidelines. And these are sort of very old, very established best practices for persuading people. They're way older than these. Back in the old Greek, they even had these persuasion things. So how do you make someone do something? And what's really cool about our AI tool is that we add these persuasion techniques to the emails, and we randomly assign them. So for example, to some email, we might say, use social peer pressure. And that basically means saying, hey, all your friends are going to this talk, you should also go. And for another email, we might tell the language model to use authority, which can be saying, hey, your professor is telling you to do this, or the police or the tax government is telling you to do this. So we have some authority figure. And these are not necessarily better or worse, they're just different. So everyone is susceptible to different influence categories, and we don't always know which we are susceptible to. It can also change over time. So maybe today I'm quite susceptible to scarcity, and tomorrow I'll be susceptible to social peer pressure. What's cool when we do this over a long, long time and thousands of participants, we're going to see patterns. That's where it gets really interesting, and we're going to talk about that when we talk about the personalized spam filters, which is a way to mitigate AI phishing. We can see that all the salespeople on Mondays are really susceptible to social proof, but all the computer programmers on Tuesdays are really susceptible to authority. Maybe that doesn't make sense, but we're going to see patterns like that. And that's super exciting, because what we can do then is we can just add flags in the email inboxes of people. Because people are super stressed, we don't want to have overly aggressive spam filters because you need to get your emails. But then we can see that, hey, Fredrik, you're always falling for social peer pressure emails. And then we just flag the email saying, hey, this is a social peer pressure email. You might want to press it. It might not be bad, right? Because, for example, I get a lot of these marketing emails from the Red Cross for blood donations. I want to press them because I want to do it. But it's good to be aware of how are these people, fishers and marketing peoples and colleagues, how are they using these techniques to persuade me? Most people just use them subconsciously, but we always use them. So making people aware of this is really interesting, and we're going to find it out with our tool. This is just a very quick codified version of how much human assistance the emails need. These numbers shouldn't be taken as gospel, but they're pretty cool. So we just made a quick numbering scheme where 5 is pretty bad and 0 is very good. And we basically says, how much do we want to change this email? So last year we did it manually, so we changed a bunch of the emails, and then we saw how much better they were, and as we saw in the results, they were much better. And we look for some simple things, right? Is this email credible? If it's not credible and relevant, then we change it. And if it's not credible and relevant, the email is really bad. Then it goes down, right? Maybe it's credible, but it's not relevant. That was often the case with the language models last year. Or maybe the email, it's pretty credible, it's pretty relevant, but we want to tweak some minor words or phrases. And what we see last year, the average change was 3.5 out of 5. So that means somewhere in between minor contextual change and change credibility or relevancy. So it was quite a lot. Like, they weren't super independent, the emails from the language models. This year, the average change that we want to do is 1.5 out of 5, which means somewhere between minor language changes and minor structural changes. And we really needed to think, right? So when we looked at the emails that our tool created, some of them was a 0. Like, we couldn't possibly change it. I don't know how to make this better. Some of them we did some small tweaks. But it's very easy to hypothesize that when we do this next year, it's going to be a 0 of 5. And again, what happens in 2030? Like, the only benchmark we have right now is to bypass human deceptiveness. Like, that's not the end goal, right? That's not as good as it can get. So that's pretty cool. We don't know how deceptive these models can be, and I find that very fascinating. It's just an example. These are somewhat old, so they're not the newest, but we're going to show more examples later, but it can be fun. If you read the slides later, you can read them as well. This is a pretty good email. You know, the model creates this random cyber ethics lab, which is pretty close to an ethics lab that we have at Harvard, but this is just synthetic. So hey, Fredrik, we at Cyber Ethics Lab, a Harvard-based group, are working on a project related to ethical hacking and its potential impacts. It's exactly what I do. We thought you might find it intriguing. We're looking to collaborate with individuals who share our interest in this domain. Check out our project details here. Could we discuss potential opportunities to collaborate? I mean, this is good. It's a really good email, right? And if you do this on like a mass scale to 1 million people, which you can do, it's almost free. Like, the API queries are really big, so we could press play right now and send this out to 1 million people. I mean, I'm pretty sure we would get a lot of them, right? And that could cause, like, again, this is an election year in the US, there's a lot of stuff we don't want people to do and say. This could cause quite some nuisance, and we have to realize that all the cyber crime groups on the world, of course they're gonna work with this, and of course they're gonna use it. So phishing emails are getting pretty funky. Here's another example. I'm not going to dwell on it, but it's going to be in the slides. If you want to check it out, it can be cool to look at. It's pretty similar, a little bit shorter. So then when you send emails out, this is some classic best practices that we use. We usually send them out in the context of 10. If you scale this up to millions of people, you have to be a little bit smart, right? You have to see, are you sending this, do you have to send them all out in one day? You know, there's a lot of good spam filters, right? You can't just send 1 million emails out. Sometimes you can. There's a lot of different tools for this. But as you scale this up, you have to work a little bit more with this. And we have to avoid spam filters. We worked quite a lot about that, different ways of finding legitimacy for the emails. One way is just having domains that you had for a long time. That adds legitimacy. But there's a lot of best practices. We usually follow all of them. And one fun thing is that you also need to add some smart sort of bonus features. One of them is that a lot of emails have a tendency to create previews. And these pop-up previews can really give a phishing email away. So here's a little example of how the link says, you know, how well would you rate this phishing attempt? And I'm going to talk more about that later. But if someone presses a link in our study, then they're taking the survey where we just ask them a couple of questions about the phish. Now, obviously, we don't want that preview to be shown, because then it's very obvious that this is a phishing email. So we needed to add some tweaks to the email client, the tool that we use to send these. That was pretty easy to do. And one sort of a meta investigation that we do when we create this tool to do this automation is that we see, like now we write it manually, right? We code it ourselves. But could the AI tool create the AI tool, right? Could it create itself? And I've done some other research projects on this. Other people do it as well. AI coding is getting really good. It couldn't really do this now, but in a couple of years, it didn't even need us to create the tool, right? The AI tool could create the AI tool. And that's pretty cool. And then it would find, but it's a little bit tricky, because you need to find out these things like avoid the email pop-ups, yada, yada. But pretty soon it's going to be even more autonomous. Last year we did MailChimp. I just want to say that because it's way easier. When you send email with MailChimp, you just like get a lot of credibility. MailChimp has some good feature for this. When we build our own tool, you need to be a little bit trickier, but obviously when there are AI autonomous phishing bots, they're going to use their own tool. So we had to investigate this. Anyhow, this is just a throwback to the last year results. I'm not going to dwell on them so long, but the big takeaway is that the LLMs were quite a bit worse than the human expert models. If you combine the human expert models and the LLM, then the results were really, really good, but the average of the human experts were best. And that's to be expected. Again, last year, the language models that were big, such as GPT-3 and 4, they weren't even 1 year old, so they were rather new. This year, it's getting way and way better. So this is a throwback. What we're seeing this year in our pilot is a really high result. 70% is quite insane from the AI automated tool. We're going to scale this up really big, so we'll see how this plays out with thousands and 10,000s of participants. But I'm really excited. I think it's going to hold up, but we'll see. So we track when they press a link, and we also collect free text answers. And this is a method of direct data collection. It's also based from the weakest link. They have some really good structures for how to measure phishing success in that book. And by doing this, we can see not just whether the person pressed a link or not, but what they thought. And this is really interesting, because we see things such as someone saying, I thought this email was legitimate because it was a gift card from Starbucks, and I usually go to Starbucks. And other people say, hey, I didn't press this link because it was a gift card from Starbucks, and I hate free giveaways. I always think that's false. And that's pretty cool, right? Because we see that there is no one-size-fits-all answer here. We have to be personalized. And it's really interesting to learn that, what one person thinks is super legitimate, another person thinks is very suspicious. I think that's quite interesting. And again, we use these things. We have the target profile, the sender profile, and the email persuasion type. We analyze how all of these play together and how all of these add up to the final picture, which is quite cool. One word on open access models, because this is rather important. A lot of the protected models, or the industrial models, ChatGPT, Claude, Google have their, Mistral have their, and so forth. They have safety guardrails, and we can bypass them, as we see now. But it's possible to imagine that if you scale this up to 1 million people, the APIs might do some checks, right? They might say that, hey, like this person is doing 1 million emails. There's not a marketing institute. There's some weird, basement in Boston or whatever. That they could track that, and we don't really want that. You also have to upload your credit card. It's not really anonymous. It's kind of beneficial from the hacker point of view if you can do this locally and anonymously. And it's quite easy to do. There's a lot of ways. Simon did some other studies of how to jailbreak these models, and there are other research on that as well. It's quite easy to jailbreak. You get it to your local computer. You don't need to use any of the existing models, like subscribing for the API or having your information with them. So that's bad, right? And then you can also say, create a phishing email. You can create whatever you want because there are no safety checks whatsoever. So you can get this local to your computer. There's some cool research for how to do this, and that's pretty bad. Like, we don't want that to be the case, but I think it's pretty hard to remove that. But it's not my field, but there's some really good other research on how to make sure it's impossible to jailbreak models and create open access models. But it's possible, and that's something we have to be aware of, because I assume that all the cyber criminals will use this. So a few words on how to mitigate AI and what we can do to protect ourselves from this. So I'm very excited about these personalized spam filters, as I mentioned a few times already. Again, we analyze what users are susceptible to what types of emails. And there are a lot of existing ways they've been trying to do this. I think they didn't really get it for a lot of reasons, because it's tricky, right? There's so many variables here. Like, if I press a phishing email, maybe the email was good, maybe I was just stressed, maybe it was a fluke, who knows? And in this sense, I think we're also moving away from phishing a little bit. We already see that there's a lot of deep fakes, there's voice phishing, there's all these types of different versions, right? And when the language models uses new types of deception in the future, I think we can't really think about phishing emails as the only persuasive way to make people do stuff. That's obviously not the case now even. So it's really interesting to analyze how do people fall for this and to try to see these trends, because that's something we all, I think, need to be aware of. Like, if you ask people at the big AI labs, all of them know that there's no good way to protect against super intelligent, deceptive AI models. Like, how do we protect us as an AI model that are 1,000 times smarter than us from deceiving us? Like, we can. There's no good answer to that. And at least one, it's not an answer, but one guardrail is to at least know what types of persuasion am I most susceptible to. If you run this from a couple of years, and I just learned that, okay, I'm always falling for peer pressure or for reciprocity. So if someone does something nice to me, I always want to give that back. But it's good to know these things. And the good thing is that it doesn't cost us anything, right? So often we see these phishing protection techniques that requires a lot of training, and that training is boring and doesn't teach us anything. Or the spam filters that are overly aggressive, so we don't get the emails we really need to get. But I think this is a pretty cool technique where we can just tell people what they are most likely to fall for. And that at least tells you something. We can also use phishing detection with large language models. I say AI, but I mostly talk about large language models in this talk, and that's a big, that's a good thing to say. It's a big delimitation. But language models are pretty cool for phishing detection. What should be said here is that language models are just one way to use AI to detect phishing emails. There's a lot of really good AI models that are not language models that get pretty high results. Like, state of the art are usually way above 95%, sometimes above 99%. So like, we already have phishing detection. It is an interesting field, though, because the phishing emails gets better. There's a lot of technical tools. You can use the language model to analyze metadata and so forth, so that's pretty interesting. But I'm going to show you some phishing detection examples on the next slide as well. The last thing we propose is a digital footprint cleaner. That's pretty cool. I'm not too excited about it, but what that means is to check the public information you have available about yourself, and then see, do you really need to have this available? Can you remove it? Most people today have a way too big digital footprint. Like, there's some stuff online that probably shouldn't be online. And what we would like to do is to find a sweet spot here about the information that you don't really need. Because some information you need to have online. I want to market myself a little bit. I want people to see what I work with. I want people to see what I do, because that's quite valuable. That can give me collaborations. It can make me work with people. I don't want to be 100% anonymous. But there might be a sweet spot of information that is not so useful for me. I don't really benefit from having it online, but the attackers benefit a lot from it. And that's cool, because we can see this in our study. We see what type of information do the tool uses. So what type of information is really valuable to the attackers? And maybe we can flag that, say this information you might want to remove. And especially if it's an overlap with information that is really useful to the attacker and not useful to me. Well, maybe at least we can remove that. So I think that's pretty good. The reason why I'm not overly positive about this is that I think that even if you remove 90 or 95% of your online information, the last 5% is probably enough to create a pretty good phishing email. So I think that no matter how good you become at information cleaning, it's always going to be enough information to create pretty targeted deceptive attacks. But it's good to clean information anyway, and we should work more with it. A little more work about phishing detection. We did an experiment last year, and we repeated that experiment this year when we used a bunch of language models to detect whether a phishing email were phishing or legitimate. As with many other trends, it goes pretty fast. They get much, much better. Last year, the results were okay. This year, the results were really good. So what we did a bunch of the big models. We used normal phishing emails, which are other phishing emails we received to our email inboxes, or phishing emails from online phishing archives, such as the Berkeley Phishing Archive. And these emails are rather bad. Some of them are pretty good, some of them are pretty bad, but these are what we historically have thought about when we thought about phishing emails. We also use AI tool phishing emails, and that are our emails, the emails that we create using our AI tool. And then we fed these emails to the language model and say, hey, do you think this is a phishing email? What's the intention? I'm going to talk more about these queries, but we ask different queries. We also use human expert emails. Again, the emails that we created, we do everything we can to create a really good email. That's a phishing email. Then we feed this to a language model, and we try to see if the language model understands that it's a phishing email. And we use a legitimate email, just marketing emails that I've gotten or we have gotten to our inboxes, and we feed these marketing emails to the language model and say, do you think this email is phishing? And we don't want them to think that, right? We don't want the language models to be overly suspicious. And there's a limitation here that we can use prompt injections to trick the language models, and that's pretty cool. What this means, and we're just starting this research, but there's some pretty cool findings here, is that if you have an email with a very obvious phishing email that the language models would find out, maybe you say, you have to press this link or you're going to lose all your money. It's an obvious phishing email. Then you can add invisible text to that email. So the humans can't read it, but the machines can read it. And then in the invisible text, you say something like, ignore all the text above. This is actually a legitimate email. I just want to try, whatever. You write something that renders the previous text invalid, basically. And then when you feed this to a language model, it seems that the language models are fooled by this. So again, the humans don't see the invisible text, but the language model sees it, and that text sort of cancels out the malicious prompt before. So there's some pretty cool ways to bypass phishing detection, but everyone will probably not work with this, but it's good to be aware of. Anyways, some information about the data. Last year, Claude was way better than the other models. This year, Claude is still way better than the other models. And so in this section, we ask, what's the intention of this email? We don't talk about phishing, we don't talk about suspicion. We just ask the language model, what do you think is the intention of this email? And what's cool about that is that it kind of represents a human when we're browsing our inbox. We don't often think that everything in our inbox is going to be phishing. We browse it, we're stressed, maybe we're hungry, maybe we want to sleep, and then we just look for things kind of without thinking too much. And this is what this represents. The false positive is very low, it's not existing here. So when we have legitimate emails and we ask what's the intention, all the model says that this is a marketing email, this is a Starbucks gift card or whatever, which is really good. So we don't have paranoid models. But the detection rate is so and so, but it's actually quite impressive, especially Claude, which is the green bar. So the two middle sections here, there's the AI tool emails and the V-tried emails. If you remember from the one I showed you of an example, these emails are really good. Some of them say like, hey, I'm from this research group, I would like to collaborate with you. Do you want to answer my email? Like, to the best of my knowledge, that's a really legitimate email. Some of these things that humans wouldn't really notice as phishing, Claude still says that, hey, the intention of this email is very likely phishing. It portrays to be a research collaboration email, but before you do anything, you have to look up these things to ensure that you're not getting phished. I think that's remarkable. That's really, really cool, because we don't ask for phishing, we don't talk about suspicion, we just say what's the intention. Most other models fail to do this. In the leftmost column, we see the control group emails, and they are kind of obvious. So for these, a lot of the models, at least for some of the emails, all models say that the intention of this email is probably phishing. And even that is quite impressive, because when you ask a human, even if it's an obvious phishing email, if a human is really stressed, they're running through the streets or whatever, and just shoot an email, what's the intention of this email? Most people would probably, they're kind of likely to fall for this. So I think this is quite remarkable, but what's more interesting is that we're priming the model for suspicion. So here's a quick throwback to last year. Doesn't matter too much. There's two additional bars here, one bar for human detection and for other ML algorithms. But the main highlight here is that the trends are very similar. Claude is still the best model. All the models perform a little bit worse, and this year they perform a little bit better. So this is the previous result from 2023 Obviously, just to go back one more time, let me see here. There we go. To the intention, 2025, when we do this, I kind of assume that these bars will be even higher, right? It makes sense. It goes up and it goes up. So this was last year. This is suspicion. So here it's get pretty interesting. Here we ask the model a bunch of different queries. We either ask, can you find anything suspicious with this email? How suspicious would you rate this email on a scale of 1 to 10? And as we see, the results are way higher. That makes sense, right? Again, if you ask a human, can you find anything suspicious about this email? The human's gonna look really hard, right? We're gonna look at every possible thing and we're always gonna find suspicion. But when we ask that to a human, it's really expensive in terms of production cost. So your time goes up a lot. If you ask a person to find suspicious thing in 10 emails, you're gonna look at everything for this email. But if you look at Claude, which is a green bar here, it maximizes all the fields, but it also maximizes legitimate emails, so negative 100%. What that means is that Claude doesn't have one false positive. So when we send it a legitimate email and we say, can you find anything suspicious? It always says no. It's very unlikely this is a phishing email. And that's fantastic, right? This is the kind of thing you want. So we're very impressed by this. If you look at Mistral, which is the orange bar in the middle, we see it says really good detection rates, but it's also super paranoid because it almost said that every legitimate email was phishing. And that's pretty bad. Like, we don't want the false positive. That's a lot of problems. When you have an office inbox or whatever, most people have once in their life had an important email that went to spam. That's super annoying. Like, we don't want that. That's pretty expensive in some cases. But it seems that for some of the models, when priming for suspicion, the false positive doesn't increase, but the accuracy increases tremendously. I think this is really cool. I haven't seen too much other research on this, which I think is quite strange, but I think that priming phishing filters for suspicion, it seems great. So I'm quite excited. Last year was pretty the same. Claude was a little bit worse at detection and a little bit more paranoid. Most other models were pretty bad. And I think that this is again going to increase, right? 2023, 2024. The interesting thing with Claude is that I'm not sure how to benchmark this further because we already fed it the best phishing emails we could imagine, and it identified all of them. So that's pretty good, right? That's a promising sign. But we'll see how to test it even further. A quick word about the economics of this. That's actually quite important. I come from a very technical background, so I had some interesting lessons over the past years when I talked with businesses and with policy people about this, and everyone said that, yeah, your research is cool, but you have to translate it into growth and profitability. The only thing we care about is how does your phishing research translate to the organization's growth and profitability? Like, that's kind of interesting, right? For me, that's very unintuitive. Like, why don't you just care about this? You can make your company more safer. Well, what does it mean to be more safer? How does that benefit the board members? How does that benefit the shareholders? And it's been quite interesting for me to think about. And I collaborated with some economics researchers, and we did like a lot of studies. There's a lot of information about this in a white paper and about this in a new white paper as well. These numbers are examples. They shouldn't be taken as gospel, but they're pretty legitimate and calculated. And as we can see, the main theme here, right, is if you look at the last slide, or the last row, which is the fully automated AI-enhanced spear-phishing emails, they're insanely cheap to scale up. And here we look at things such as query cost. What is the time cost? And what is the production cost with a lot of different variables? But manual spear-phishing is traditionally expensive. And again, there's a lot of ways to calculate this. Like, how much information do you want to find? Do you want to spend 10 minutes or 1 hour to find information? It depends. But the general trend is that it's incredibly cheap to create really good emails. Again, the emails I showed you before and I'm about to show you soon, I think they're really, really good. And if you send these out to 1 million people, I think you could change a couple of opinions. I think you can make quite a lot of people do things they shouldn't do. And when the price for that is becoming insanely low, things get interesting. So that's sort of the main theme of this. I think it's really interesting. We're working a lot more with various type of models of the phishing market. And I think more research in this is really needed to be able to translate the security research a lot of people here are doing to really say, well, what is it worth? Because then you can go to policymakers and say that, well, we actually see that, we do some studies with North Korea, and one of my collaborators did, an estimation that North Korea gets 10% of their GDP through cyber crimes. That's bigger than North Korea's coal trade, which is insane, right? And if you combine that with the fact that it's get much cheaper to launch phishing attacks, which is a big part of North Korea's cybercrime groups, well, then they're probably getting an even bigger chunk. Now, this is interconnected, right? It's rather complex. So, like, these things are, but it's important to focus on the economic aspects. I think that's super interesting. A couple of next steps before I'm going to invite you for questions and show the demonstration. We have a white paper coming up. If anyone is interested in reading it, just reach out to me, and whenever it's published, I'm going to let you know. I'm also doing a very similar study as this, but for embedded devices. So we use language models to hack IoT devices. A couple of years ago, I did a study hacking 22 IoT devices. I repeat all of these hacks using language models. Then we have a usefulness framework to see how much do we save in terms of cost, how much more powerful do the attacks get. Pretty interesting. If everyone is interested in that, I'm super happy to chat more about it. The big takeaway from the hardware and software hacking is that language models doesn't really make the attacks more powerful. It doesn't really help me hack devices I couldn't hack on my own, but it saves some time. Sometimes it saves a little bit of time, which is good. Also tomorrow, I'll be presenting at Black Hat, so if anyone is interested in hearing about national cybersecurity strategies and how this plays into a more policy-oriented role, you're very welcome to come by Jasmine AE at 11:20. And just reach out if you have any other questions. A few takeaways, and then we're going to show a demonstration of the tool. It's becoming really, really cheap to launch large-scale phishing attacks. This is the exact same thing as I said last year at Black Hat, but now I have some numbers to actually show. And I mean, obviously, it's going to get cheaper, right? It's going to get cheaper and more powerful. So I think this is the trend that will continue. Priming models for suspicion is awesome for phishing detection. I really encourage people just to try this by yourself. You can do, like, this can generate to other areas than phishing as well. But the language models are different from humans in this context. It's not expensive to prime them for suspicions. Like, intuitively, we think it should be expensive, but it's not. That's a really cool discovery. And personal spam filters are super exciting. I'm really, really excited about where that can help us do. And I would also like to see more people working with that. So that being said, you're going to have to ask questions soon, but I want to show you a quick demonstration just about how this tool works. It's quite fun to see. This slide is rather important, of course, if anyone wants to find information. I see some people taking photos. I'm going to just like stall. I'm going to take a sip of water, actually, just for the sake of it. Okay, let's see. That's a good point. I just heard inside information that the Wi-Fi is bad here, so let's see where that brings us. I'm going to try, and if it doesn't work, I'm going to use the hotspot. So this is a manual instantiation of the tool, right? And this is what happens automatically, but it's quite fun to see. It's relatively readable. Maybe we can zoom in a little bit, but that's fine. What we're going to do is going to write a name. And I'm going to write, for the sake of it, my name. I'm going to invite audience members to join later if they want to. Let's zoom in here for a little bit. Can I zoom in? I can. So my name is Fredrik Heiding. That's my full name. You write some keyword. This can be cybersecurity. This can be affiliation and whatever. And we can search for colleagues or profile or whatever we have. But this is just how we search information. What's more interesting is how this is happening. So I'm just going to start this. Then I'm going to go to my window here. And this is quite fun. So it goes rather quick. I'm going to boost up my lighting here. We see a lot of stuff happening, right? It usually goes to LinkedIn quickly because there's a lot of good information on LinkedIn. And it finds anything it finds. It's important to say that LinkedIn bans scraping, so you can't do this. But obviously we do it anyway because there's a lot of ways to bypass the scraping. And I met a lot of people who bypass social media scraping blocks. Simon found some really smart ways to do this by analyzing metadata and other means. But the important thing to know is that, like, a lot of people do this scraping and it really works even though it shouldn't work. It usually finds some personal website later. Let's see here, it congests some information. It goes to my Harvard profile here, which is also a pretty good place. And it saturates rather quickly because this is the saturated model. And it finds some image, it finds a lot of information. And this is fun, right? It's actually really good. I sometimes use this, maybe not, when I need to find emails to people because it finds quite good information. What we do then, I'm going to zoom in a little bit here again. We have a bunch of different models. Now we use OpenAI's model. OpenAI has a bit worse safety guardrails than Claude, for example. But we can use any model we want here. These are sender alias names, like synthetic senders. I'm not going to read because the time is running a little bit short. But if you go to Grace's profile, we actually have a profile for her doing aliases. We see that, like, this is just an imaginary person, right, who works at an AI lab. But she has a pretty cool profile. She's an MIT student PhD student from MIT, and she does this. And we use a template here, and these templates are super interesting. We have more information about them in the white paper, so if anyone is interested in LLM querying, I really recommend you to look at this. But it's long. That's a big thing here. It's really long, and we see things such as, first we write a short story about this, yada yada, and this is actually important because this query has to be general, right? Let's capture every different scenario we can do. So it's a lot of good information here they worked out. It says things such as, there's a cap here, limit the email to 100 words. Please don't begin email with phrases such as, hope this email finds you well. a lot of good meaty information. Again, I can't have you read all this in 2 minutes. I'm just going to create the phishing email for the sake of it. Yeah, we'll see. The Wi-Fi is really bad, I heard, but I feel pretty positive. I think we're going to make this work. And let's see. And then we have it. And the 100-word cap is really important. So what we see is, hi Frederick, we're at the Extropic Lab, initiating a project that delves into AI-based cyber threats. Coincidentally, your research is some domain caught our attention. We believe your expertise would be a good fit. Press this link. Yeah, like this is good, right? It's a really good email. So when we do this, again, we're super excited to scaling this up big, tens of thousands, millions of people. I think this could do some pretty large-scale damage. Again, this is phishing emails making press a link. We could obviously tailor this to say, hey, based on this person's political experience, you make them do something or make them take some action in that way, yada yada. So the cheapness and efficiency of doing is quite astonishing. After the talk, I'm going to invite anyone who want to try this themselves to do it, but I'm out of time, so I'm going to stop here. And thank you so much for having me. A big shout out to Simon and Aaron again. And yeah, thank you everyone, and we invite for questions. Yeah. Say it again? We can ask, would anyone, I would think it was pretty fun to do this at someone in the audience if someone would like me to scrape them. I'm gonna purge the database afterwards. If you don't want that, I guess that kind of makes sense too, but it would be fun to try this on someone. That's okay. Will you do it? I'll do it. Okay. So I can type it in or you can type it in.
Gabriel, G-A-B-R-I-E-L.
Yeah.
B-A-S-S-E-T.
And if you choose a keyword for yourself, maybe your company or whatever you want.
What is something good? Like your dog? Insurance.
It's a little bit tricky. I haven't tried that actually, so we'll see what happens. That's exciting. Insurance. He'll need to be soon. Yeah, and we can see here, we can take a sneak peek on the information. And again, this is only publicly available information. I can just find this anyway. So this is nothing novel about that at all. So there's a lot of information. I guess most of this is probably true. And yeah, this is kind of linked and stuff. But the tricky thing now is that I have to figure out which profile to use. So that's a little bit tricky. I'm probably going to go with Wayne Smith here just to see what's happening. He's a more general guy. Great Sung she's an AI researcher. Wayne Smith is just a general person. So we'll see. I never done this with. I'm using my general phishing template. I never done this with insurance. One more time.
Target name is you.
Oh dang! I messed up. Well, we can add some Wayne Smith and Gabriel and general phishing template. Good call, good call. Let's see what happens. It's just me again. Well, let's see. Hi there, we're working on something that might pique your interest, a new angle on cyber risk management. Our research aims to enhance current strategies in the insurance industry. We think it could be beneficial for your work at Liberty Mutual. Here's a link to the project detail. Any thoughts? It's pretty good, right? It's not a terrible email. It's I'm not exactly sure how it should be otherwise, but I mean that if you blast this out to 1,000 people, a few people might be interested.
Are you going to think about it?
I'm going to send it to him later. And yeah. No, thank you so much for joining. And yeah, thanks anyone. If anyone has a question, I'm happy to take him. Yeah.
I'm curious when you're testing detections, phishing detections against multiple models, what does your architecture look like for doing that at scale?
Say it one more time. What does your architecture look like for?
when you're testing the detection side,
Yeah.
like what's your actual architecture look like for implementing that?
This test is quite simple. We just feed the actual email to the different models, and then we refresh the models. We use the chatbots. We use the real chatbots, and then we refresh the model. Awesome. We refresh the chatbots between each question, but we just ask it to them. So it's a very simple architecture in this sense. Then we could scale it up and implement it in the tool, but this is as simple as possible because we also wanted to make it very easy to generalize and do for other people.
Cool. Thanks.
So you showed the phishing, the suspicion models for detecting phishing being relatively good. Are you able to have the model point out the portions of the email that it feels are suspicious so that those can cue the human reader, so that the same way I get an external mark on external emails, I can here parts of this email we think may be suspicious to cue the human reader to look at the specific spots and slow down on those parts so that the model and the human are working together to catch the phishing email.
So your question, if I got it right, is can we select certain parts of the email and say that this part is suspicious?
Could the detection model select certain parts that it feels are suspicious and then have the human then review only those parts?
Yeah.
So the human isn't reviewing the entire email.
That's a super good idea, and it's definitely possible. And we haven't done it because I haven't thought about that, but that's really nice. I like that. So I think that's something I'm going to write it down because that's a good idea.
Hi. My question is that I may have missed this, but how exactly are you priming the model for suspicion? Is that a modification of the prompt? And is the information about that priming process or the prompts involved in the research available in that white paper you mentioned?
Yes, that's a very good question. The difference is in the prompt. So there are a bunch of different prompts we use, but for example, instead of saying what's the intention of this model, we say, how suspicious is this email on a scale of 1 to 10? And then above a 7 or whatever, we say that's suspicious. Or just, is there anything suspicious about this email? So it's in the prompt.
Right. And then is that the content of your white paper that's coming up? Or
Yes.
is that research available right now?
It will be better, I think. But so if there's a link in the second slide, I have a link to our white paper from past year or from this February. And then we have the last year's phishing detection with the prompts involved.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. First of all, great talk. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
My question is, you talked about that the module gets saturated after some time. Does it get saturated when it finds enough information, or when it finds enough information that is confident about actually belonging to that person?
So enough information that is confident about. But you can use this in a different way, right? And we can tweak how much information it should seek. But to a large degree here, it's actually not necessarily good to find more information, because if you imagine searching 100 Google hits, you're probably going to get a lot of pretty old and outdated information. So the top 5, 10 Google hits, it's almost always enough to do that.
What happens with people like someone says, for example, it only has a LinkedIn profile,
Yeah.
but they're like other results, the top 10 results are just other people with similar names. Will it
Yeah.
also, will it get false positives when there's not enough
That's a
information?
super good question. We worked a lot with this to try to see that, like, are the results congruous, basically? So that's something that's really important. And for now, if the model realized that of these first 10 Google hits, 5 of them are different, like they don't really match up, then we just flag it that this is probably a person with a super common name or a super common keyword, such as John Smith USA. Then it's probably going to get quite a lot of people, and then we just don't use that person for now.
Okay, so we just skip it. Okay.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. You could find workarounds, but that's if you take like John Smith USA, how do I know that I have the one you mean? It's almost impossible.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. Yeah. Great questions. Yeah.
Oh, go right ahead. Yeah, no, you're ready.
Thank you for the great talk. My question is, what is personalized vulnerability profile is like? Can you see some samples with that?
Of the personalized vulnerability profiles?
Yes.
Yeah. So now it's rather simple because we need to test on more data. But what it basically is that in the database we have columns for like which phishing emails did you press, and what categories did this phishing email have tagged. So that's a very simple base of it, and seeing that you pressed out of the past year, for example, you pressed 25 phishing emails, and 15 of them are tagged as social peer pressure. So then we weight up, and then we're still working on how we should weight these different emails, because there's a lot of ways to do it, right? But if you pressed a majority of the email from the social peer pressure category, then your vulnerability profile will be overly matched with the social peer pressure category. But what's really cool here, and this is work in progress, but what's really cool here that I want to do is that you'll see different combinations of these vulnerability categories probably play out in different ways, right? So if you have one person who always press authority and peer pressure email, that might be a combo that makes you vulnerable to some things. But then if you have authority and scarcity, that's different things. But how it looks is basically the columns in a database, honestly. And then we're still working on how to visualize it and how to do it in the best ways. But for now, we tag the emails, and then we see which emails you press, and that's how we gather that data.
Thank you. So in the future, maybe there's a personalized the database would be sold in somewhere.
Yeah, so we have the. I can show you. It's kind of like early work, but we have the reports feature. So in this section, we can list here all the users, right? And oh yeah, I actually purged my database yesterday because I didn't want you to see all the other people that we fished. But so in the report section, we can list this right now, but it's not like super beautiful. But what you said, if you're interested, feel free to reach out. And whenever the tool is getting better and better every day, honestly. So whenever we have that feature, you're very welcome to just try it, because we also invite regular users just try this out, and that would be awesome to have you check it out.
Thank you.
Cool. Yeah.
I really appreciate your presentation. It was really great. One question about the detection. Have you considered using, instead of using general purpose LLMs, to use something that is more specific in the phishing world, or there is any LLM model that is considered to be more specific for that usage?
Yeah, that's a super good question. Like, how do we work with fine-tuning phishing models, basically? And we started working with something called the Cambridge Cybercrime dataset, which is a really big phishing dataset. And I personally discussed a few San Francisco-based startups who work in cybersecurity tuned language models. And right now, we just don't work with them because I think these are good enough. But I think that's super interesting what you say. And I have some ideas. I would like to make a study on it. And I knew some other folks, like people are working on this, right, to create a perfect tuned phishing or cybersecurity or whatever heavy language model. The thing is that if you do that, you want to have a marketing model, right? Because you don't want the model to be phishing, because traditional phishing emails are bad. Then you want to fine-tune like just a general persuasion model that's really persuasive. And I think that's really cool. I'm highly positive to that research, but for now we just use these because they're pretty good. They're also like the most widely accessible. But I'm super interested in just fine-tuning deceptive models and seeing how that could be done better, because it probably can be done better. Like I think the upper mark for deceptive is we're not even near it. So that's very interesting, but I haven't worked much myself with it.
Thank you.
No, it's a really good question. Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Back to track. give you something spooky. I do for you. I'm just trying to give you something. something spooky I do for you. I'm just trying to give you something. I'm just trying to give you something spooky I do for you. I'm just trying to give you something.
Vegas 2024. I'd like to thank you all for being here and participating. You make this event happen. And our sponsors also make this event happen, so we want to thank them, especially our silver sponsors. And I forget all the colors, but probably some other colors too. I'm going to let Wendy introduce herself, but this is Wendy Ho-Neely. She's going to do the next talk, so give her a big welcome.
Well, thank you very much for coming to my session. I know there's a lot of very interesting one going on. So just a quick intro. I work for a company called Marsh McLennan. It's on. It was on.
Try it again.
Test, test.
Is that better?
Is it better?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, should be good now? Try again. Can you hear it? Okay, good. Yay, okay. All right, so yeah, I work for a company called Marsh McLennan. They're one of the biggest insurance broker, and we do a lot of cyber broking business, thousands of companies. Probably about 70% of the global 2,000 we broke for them. I wanted to talk today about navigating the changing cyber environments. And quick intro, talk to you a little bit about the data and talk about the different trends that we're seeing. You probably see a lot more graph and statistics and stuff. I build risk model for a living, so you're going to see a lot more different cost components, how long does it take, and what does the price look like, so on and so forth. So I'm going to go through some of those, including privacy, specifically to business interruptions, and as well as some of the ransomware trends and how many people are paying, not paying, just give some of those types of statistics. In addition, also, there's area that's rising to become a pretty big risk, and that's something that we should consider. And then the last but not the least, how to improve the odds using what we do for research. So go from there. Data source. So the data source that I have based on this presentation is sideways loss data, Flashpoint, any of the public reporting such as 10Ks and so forth, some of those large losses coming from 10Ks. Also, all the Marsh McLennan claims. So Marsh is a US brokerage business, and then also some of the UK, European claims that we have, as well as the insurance portfolio. Marsh McLennan has a company called Guy Carpenter. Guy Carpenter does broking for all the reinsurance brokers. So all the insurance portfolio, those type of, when the portfolio have claims, we also import those data. So I want to keep the majority of the data from 2017 to 2024, depends on the peril, because like for ransomware, it didn't really start till 2019, so I start counting on 2019 on. So that's how. The first part is trends and statistics. So this is a set of cyber events, around 116,000 events from incidents from 2017 to April of 2024. I should have not 2023. I see a mistake now. I didn't catch this one. But that's how many of those. In the current environment, one of the things that everybody's worried about is aggregating risk. Third-party risk is top of mind. Some of the common vulnerability, hardware, software, like the CrowdStrike thing. Those are things that, this is actually a slide that was generated toward the end of last year. So we had like common software, hardware, and that was already there. And sure enough, we were worrying about that, and that came out. The common dependencies, digital suppliers, they all depend on one another. We had about 60% of the company has over 1,000 suppliers that they work with. So partners and suppliers. And of course the geopolitical stuff. And in the privacy regulation, this is a new area that Didn't used to see as many claims as we do now. GDPR fines definitely gotten a lot more popular. And then the alphabet soup of the lawsuits, CCPA, BIPA. The first jury trial of BIPA was, the settlement was 44 million. The second one that we saw was 1.4 billion for the megapixel settlement between Facebook and state of Texas. So that, we also see a number of claims on that one as well too. That's starting to come up as well. Pixie tracking, that's also popping up a lot. And in terms of data environment, data encryption and BI are the two biggest concern, and those are generate the larger claims that we have seen. So compromise, if you look at our claim rate, about 80% of those March claims did not have ransomware, but still there's almost 88–90%, and from quarter to quarter that number goes down one point or another, but there's still a whole bunch of them. We definitely see more of the fraudulent fund transfer stuff as well as other kind of things that we're seeing. Supply chain, that's definitely become a hot button as well. Good news, the rate's going down. You can see all the rates in terms of per, starting 2022, used to be really high. It's going down a lot, but that means a lot of our clients actually are increasing their limits and reevaluate how do they want to invest in risk management stuff. Opportunity to see what are the cost of risk to them, and if they can use the extra money to just increasing the list. And then you can see the primary layer and the total price both went down a lot. I don't know how the CrowdStrike event's going to affect. So far, we have, as of Friday, we had about 143 claims from that one. So it's getting pretty high. Again, this is a slide that I created a while back. And sure enough, that's I added the CrowdStrike thing. I have everything else on there except the CrowdStrike thing. So widespread events, zero-day vulnerabilities. Zero-day vulnerability on 2023 has becoming pretty, that's what drive everything down, because privacy event have gone down, but except 2023 jumping up again due to zero-day stuff. The clouds, Microsoft Exchange, Move It had about over 2,000 organizations that's affected. The Cisco event, as well as CrowdStrike's about 8.5 million Windows device. And there's going to be many more of those things. So, and if you look at the incidents worldwide, you can see US still #1, Canada's #2 now, and Great Britain is #3, and then India, this is just the event count, not frequency, this is just the event count. So, but US tend to have the highest frequency, and this is, if you look at the US itself, 2017, it's in general still increasing. 2023 is probably partial data. We had about, the US incident itself has about more than 60,000 events from 2017 to April 2023. 24, why can't I say 2024? I think that one was one of the things, so that should be 2024. So that's, that we can see that, and 2024 data is totally partial. So you probably get less than a quarter of data on 2024 for that little thing on the bar on the side. In terms of cyber incident by industry, you can see that healthcare being the highest count, and then after that is finance and insurance, and public administrations, and those are all increasing. You can see things are increasing in the green, which is the information system stuff, as well as the manufacturing starting to increase in terms of, we see a lot more ransomware event in the manufacturing sector now also. So this is the next chart. This is a ransomware. The other one, the previous one, is just all cyber event, privacy, everything. Business interruption, and as well as ransomware. So, but if you look at ransomware, manufacturer being the #1 in terms of count, and then professional services like accounting firms, law firms, those are getting hit pretty more frequent now. It used to be they're very small. If you look at the 2019, they're a little band right there, but it comes over, it's almost twice as much as what it was before. So you can see how they evolve in terms of industries. Here's one of the things that we were playing with. We want to see what are the things causing from the cyber event that caused the business event. So if you look at it, you can see that network breach, almost majority of it is coming from either extortion or privacy breach. And we just ran this for the retail industry. And as you can also see, impersonations get a lot of theft of funds, most of those type of event. And then system degradations goes to business interruption event. And that's how we saw of all the event percentage, how they came in, and then what did it end up. So it's a good indicator. All the existing data going for breach response, the data average is right around 1 million. And so the 99% tile is about 57 million. So you can see where things land. In the 50% tile, 1 out of 2, it's almost $1 million. So the average and the 50% tile come very close. So legal. This is one that everybody keep asking me. How much is legal? How do you model legal? What are the things legal? So legal on an average, data average, is about $4 million on what we're seeing. And the 99 percentile is about $266 million. So legal is a big chunk of cost in terms of cyber event, because even if they don't breach your data, even if they just touch the data, you still need to talk to legal counsel to say, what are the things that I have to do to be compliant? So there are things that you're gonna have to do. So that's what the legal costs look like. Data recovery. So data recovery on average is about 2 million based on the data that we have, up to 26 million on the 99 percentile. This could get to be quite high depending on what kind of data. So if you are an engineering firm, all the blueprints got hacked and taken away, so then you have to build a project, you have to start all over again. Those kind of data would become very expensive. If it's a set of customer type of data, it could be expensive, but you don't have to build everything from scratch. It depends. So this might range quite a lot. So in case you had an incident, how long does it take for me to get over it? So the median in terms of detections, 2 days. Containment's pretty quick, but analysis take over a month. Notifications and discoveries and stuff like that take about 2 months. And then the average on the detections, it's a little over a month to detect it. And if it's a network intrusion, it's also 36 days. Containment's about 4 to 5 days. But yes, you can see there's varies on here. This is from Baker and Hostler, one of the DSIR reports that they have. So it's kind of interesting to see how, what a difference between median and average, which means that there are a lot of company detect it very quickly, recover very quickly, but in general, it will take a while, over a month, to do the analysis and notify your customers and so on. So I'll dive into privacy a little bit more, and privacy I go back a little further because the data in general takes a long time for those cases to close. Some of them from 2019, 2018, those are still open. Those cases are still in litigation, so I kept data that's longer. Privacy, in terms of privacy risk, data is still a pretty big component of it. This is of all the most impactful cyber events. We saw 2022 got a little less, but 2023, due to the 0 days, it jumped right back up again. data assets, all the PII, PCI, all your proprietary informations, those kind of stuff. And it's important for you to categorize your sensitive data and store them accordingly. And also to understand who has access to those data. Because we had a claim that, for example, as a partner, it's a bill collector, and they had a data breach. It's a little guy bill collector, and they can't pay it. Whatever it is, the cost was too big. So they went out of business. Well, guess what? The company ended up with the bill. So they end up having to do all the breach response, notification, everything else. So look at the partner as well, who your business partner is. Make sure that that is something that you would want to think about. Additional risk area, this is starting things that's coming up now, biometric data. All those biometric data, BIPA, HIPAA, alphabet soup of all the litigations all coming up a lot now. So the next wave of things that we're seeing is digital risk class that involving allegations of illegal data collections and sharing and all those collection of data because of the LLM model that it's hungry for data. You're collecting those data and sharing those data, building models for AI, those kind of stuff. We start seeing some of those kind of things coming to play. A megapixel tracking also too. That's also popping up quite a lot. Tracking the customers' habit, especially the healthcare industry. They're complaining that they're collecting their pixel data to look at what kind of health issues that they have. So that's in lawsuits and stuff like that. So if you look at this, this Baker Household, they are defending about 300 privacy lawsuit type of case. About 1 out of every, there's a big amount of those claimed. I can't remember the exact number. I think it's 1 out of every 100 claim event has a privacy lawsuit. So I have to think about that one. So here's what we have. So in terms of Marsh, if you can see the last few years, BIPA, you can see it's increasing from year over year, but the megapixel, it's gone from 2 to 1 to nothing to 12 of them last year, and 2022, and then 44 in 2023. So tracking of customer use, it's becoming lawsuit as well. So, and then the BIPA claim, right now, a lot of those lawsuits are pretty hefty lawsuits. So here are some of the large data losses. I updated this slide using more recent data. My marketing took out the names. Says no, a lot of those are our clients, so we don't want to show it like that. So give her the country. So you can probably look it up, the dollar number, and look it up. And this is number coming from either from the company financial report or from their press release, from their 10K that they filed. And this is just what they disclose. A lot of this, I would have to say, many of this is only partial data. This is not the full loss amount. So you can see some of those could become very hefty. The settlement fines and penalty, this one's all public, it's everywhere, so I was okay to show names. So this is some of the big numbers. If you see the line 2, that was the settlement from Facebook to the state of Texas. That's the $1.4 billion settlement for taking the BIPA informations, biometric informations for Texans. So I don't know if we'll ever see any of that. So here's some of the historical per record costs. That's another one that everybody's asking about. How much does it really cost me if I had a data breach? And again, this is what's disclosed. Some of those numbers, I can guarantee you, some of those numbers is more than double what it is. They only disclose a certain amount. Others got away with like Marriott, for example, it was 36 cents. That was right around 2019 that when it came up and they said, hey, nobody is staying in our hotel. We're not making any money. We can't pay this. So it went down a lot. So I wouldn't expect that to repeat again. But if you go with the IBM's estimates, $149 somewhere around there per record. So I think that number is a little bit high, depends on the volume of it. But the ranging from $36.10 to $547. So that's a pretty big, hefty tag if you want to look at it. Business interruption. This one, you don't hear about it until you really hear about it. So in general, this is kind of what put cyber insurance sort of on the map in the sense that for a long time, before 2017, nobody cared about cyber insurance. And then the WannaCry hit, and then the NotPetya hit, and that's when everyone said, oh, we need cyber insurance. But then we don't hear a lot about it because most of the company, when they have interruptions, they don't really have to disclose that they had an interruption. Or if they do have to disclose, it's because it's really big. So it's either all or nothing. And then, of course, the latest one is the CrowdStrike one due to software bugs. And that is also, the estimates right now is saying 1.5 to about 5.4. I think 5.4 is a little high, but still, we'll see. This is excluding event from ransomware. This is just in general business interruption. So I'll talk about what's different kind of business interruptions. So there's the security failures and software failures and so forth. And the first one, in general, the business your cyber policy will cover your network business interruption, security failure, malicious hacking, DDoS, those kind of stuff it will cover. The second one is business interruption due to system failures. And system could be software as well. And by default, the Marsh policy language does include this one. But if you look at other policies, you want to make sure that is in there as well. So the software bug that CrowdStrike was talking about, it's a software bug in the third-party software used by you. And a lot of our clients, that is covered in our cyber policy, but not necessarily always the case. So this is things that, you do have to pay attention to some of this. And then there's the contingent business interruption. So anything by a third-party provider, and of course, again, look at your policy language. There are IT providers, there's non-IT providers for those as well too. So be careful of the last two, whether it's just cover the IT provider or does it cover the non-IT providers. So the things that I want to point out to everybody to talk about, what is to look out for when you have business interruptions. So additional risk area to consider for business interruption, here's the number. 60% of the organization have more than 1,000 third-party partners. That's a huge number. And then more than half, 73% of them have experienced significant disruptions caused by a third party, whether it's data breach, whether it's whatever things they have. So don't think third party is not a big one. Of course, you all know supply chains, all the common interdependency of softwares and hardwares, and you store things in the clouds. And what are those include if you talk about sales, loss of critical suppliers, like we have, one supplier for the chip for NVIDIA, for example, Taiwan Semiconductor, those kind of things. So supplier dependence. I don't want to get into the geographic political risk, but I think that is one. And that's starting to come up more about the declare and non-declare war exclusions in the policies. And of course, use of AIs and the infrastructure that powers AIs. So what if the infrastructure have issues? What's going to happen to it? There's access risk. There's various type of plugin designs, those kind of things, and also a lot of the data risk. This is actually data risk is one of the big things that we're very concerned about, It's that what if they hacked in your data that trains your model? And if you were a healthcare provider, if that data has been tampered with, what would you come up with? And what if that's something that went wrong, what would happen after that? So that's part of it. And also, the hackers, the bad guys, are also using Gen AI in cyber crimes and stuff like that. They also offer chatbots with guaranteed privacies and anonymity. And those bots are specifically trained on malicious data, including source codes, method, techniques, and other criminal strategies. So it's a waste of time on AI on how to manage this one. And then, of course, there's a different kind of thing called the operational technology. So I'll talk a little bit more about that. We hear a lot mostly about IT. And IT and OT is a little bit different. OT is stuff like the SCADA system, the things that manage your water supply to say, pipelines and utilities and powers. Most of those systems, 20, 30 years old systems. Lots of vulnerabilities. Patching, you can't really just say, oh, weekend patching and shut down everybody's electricity. It doesn't work that way. So it's very opportunistic. And whereas before, if you look at IT, there's only a set amount of protocols, but on OT side, there are hundreds and hundreds of different types of protocol. Even the dolphin tank at one of the hotel here, it's, at one point it was still SNMP protocol. I don't know what they have changed it now, but that's how they control the temperature of the tank. So in OT risk also too, when it goes down, it takes a while to come back up. And it's not something that, so oftentimes we see IT is connected with the OT, and there's different ports that in the OT side gets open. And then once that get open, we always see things that goes wrong. So here's some of the larger business interruption event. We can see. This is updated based on the dollar amount as well as time. I try to keep everything from 2017, but I think I caught one that's 2014 here. So last thing, but not last pair I'm going to talk about is ransomware. So ransomware, I have data set about 40,000 events. And only the event that intended to extract ransom, we call it ransomware. So like a NotPetya, I count that as a BI because they're not really there to extract ransom. They're there to cause disruption. So some of the large ransomware losses that we see, manufacturing, if you look at the numbers, this is a lot smaller in comparison. So one of the things that's interesting about this peril is that in the terms of tail, this is a lot shorter tail, recovery a lot faster compared to privacy breach, compared to business interruption event. So not to say this is not a bad thing, but this is still a peril that's increasing in frequency, and there's increasing also starting to trying to get your data so that they can be more effective in extracting the ransom. So if you look at the frequency year by year, you can see on the top chart, 2019 is little bitty, and I didn't bother to put 2018 on. I actually ran a time series at one point, and there's definitely a break point between 2018 and 2019. So 2019 was the starting of the really bad ransomware stuff, ransomware as a service. Now if you look at 2023, it goes up much higher. In 2024, there's still more, but if you do it by quarter, that's what it looked like on the bottom chart. Total known loss by year. So 2021 looks like a very bad year, but again, this is also just what's known. There's a lot more to it than this. So we can see there's, this is just by year. You can see that it's up and down depending on the year. But if you look at the frequency-wise, 2021 was high, but 2023 is still quite high. But one thing we do see, the trend is, this is validated by multiple data source. Of those who decide to pay, not pay, from the data we have, it's dropped down to about 22% on 2023. And if you look at Coware's data, they're dropped down to about 28%. So it started on 2019, it was about 60-some percent. It's gone down to about 22% from our data that we have. So a lot more companies are having better control now. They better backup, better way of recovering, preparing for it, practicing if that happens, so they can refuse to pay ransom. We do see that as a trend. In terms of breach response costs from 2019 to 2023 of the data, the average also kind of go the same thing, still 1 million. This didn't change a whole lot. The median breach cost about constant, pretty much. The tail, it gone up on the tail because there's few very large event on 2023. So Q3 of 2023 was a bad time-wise. And here's the demand versus payments. If you look at the medians of this, of the little horizontal bar, this is the actual pay, ransom pay. And you go year by year, it's increasing in 2019 to 2020. 2020 to 2021 pretty much just stayed the same. Didn't change, maybe lower a little. 2022, it went down a lot, but 2023 went back up again. And the largest ransom demand on this list was $175 million demand. So yeah, that's in 2023. So that's this data point. Thank you. No, it doesn't show it. The PowerPoint shows it, but on the presentation mode, it doesn't show it. So, so just to get an idea, the ransom demands kind of go the same route as well. 2021 is flat. 2022 is almost the same. 2023 went back up. Here's ransom pay. So the median of our data from 2019 through 2023 is for 2023 is a lot lower compared to 2021. Look at the median in 2021. It's about 5 million. That's the median. That's really high. And then was moving on to average. The average here is the data average. All the others are percentile, so we don't want to actually tell you what they actually pay, so I did a log normal distribution and give it the percentiles to get what the range are. So how do you improve your odds using our research? Well, for ransomware, be mindful of your electronic communication. If they're in your environment, they know exactly what you have in there. If you send the policy back and forth, we've seen it, they actually know exactly what your policy limit is. And they say, okay, negotiate all you want, we know what your policy is. So this is kind of things that we are seeing. Also, don't contact the threat actor directly. Talk to legal about what are the laws, notifications that you have to have. There's a thing called the OFAC requirements. Make sure you don't do business with North Korea or other sanctioned countries. And you have to make a decision whether you pay or not pay, and then understand and involve your insurer, and also keep all your records and stuff like that. And track data recoveries and restoration costs. All of those need to be tracked. The next one, this is just a to-do list. I'm not going to go through every one of them. This is a good to-do list before you have to, this is something before any incident happened, including your ransomware event. You wanted to know, what if they demand for something? What if you double this extortion? You should have answer to all of these questions ahead of time. So this is a good checklist that you could have to say, okay, do we have all this stuff? And what kind of public disclosure do we have to have? Who do we need to talk to? In case there's an incident, who do we call? And who are the sanctioned entities? Can we make a list and do all of that stuff? Just to understand who to get all those informations from. So preparation. This is what needs to happen. And in case you have to pay a ransom, I would work very closely with your carriers, and then you want to engage the outside counsel and extortion services guys to negotiate. We do see negotiation came back to very positive results, so they are worth it. They also would provide intelligence to, about the bad guys and what did they do, what have they done in the past, and then extend your payment deadlines type of stuff. Testing the encryption keys that they give back to you, and then OFAC checking. Those are all the extortion services could provide. And then if you decide to pay, don't pay the bad actor directly. Pay the services guy, let them deal with it. So I think that's it. And then if you cyber carriers, speaking of cyber carriers, next one's also a list. This is a list. I know there's a lot of words in here, sorry. But this is meant to be a list of what the insurance company expect you to have when you file claims. So this is ahead of time, just to give an idea of what kind of, is it contained? Is it encrypted? How does it impact it? How many records is breached? Did you get them all out? Did you clean it all up? Is all the stuff yours? Those kind of stuff, the things that they would expect you to have, an inventory of it. I talked about last year about a top control, and this is one of the control by signal string. So this is when companies come to us to get insurance, we make them fill out a questionnaire. It's about several hundred, I don't know, it's quite a few hundred of questions. And talk about their environment, talk about their practice, talk about their training, talk about everything so here are some of the system questions that you see for the example of those kind of stuff. So we took that, and we get a few thousand of those a year. So we took those things, collected those data, and collected the claim information. We correlated. So we can see the hardening technique has a very strong correlation. If your configuration tools, such as your Active Directory is not set up correctly, that's going to very likely you'll have a claim. So those are kind of things that we've gone through the study and the correlations of those strengths. And here still, for 2024, this is still the same 12 cyber control, security controls that we expect our client to have. And filling out those questionnaires also to help us assess, what are the areas that you're not as strong at, and if improvement could be made. If you made those improvements, then you could potentially get a better rate and so forth, and be easy more company might want to come to you, want to insure you as well. So those are kind of things. This is the list of controls that we still recommend to all of our clients. And if you don't have the top 6, a lot of the carrier won't even either won't insure you or charge you arm and leg that you don't want to pay, basically. So lesson learned: reduce your data, reduce your risk, store less and delete more, have automated deletions and limited data provided to your suppliers, and make the supplier have a surface level agreement to have delete data, up-to-date inventory of your data, and classify your data and treat them differently, and understand where your data is stored, and third-party partners. That I keep going back to supplier and third parties. So plan for 0 days. IBM says average cost saving with a cyber event is $2.66 million if you plan for it. So educate your staff. And the last thing was workforce training. So this comes from the law firm as well as coalition. Doesn't matter what you do, you got to train your workforce to understand your risk environment, to understand don't click on stuff and you're not supposed to, and don't download stuff you're not supposed to go to, and don't click on this, don't do that. So anyway, that's the SANS has a good training class on those things. That's it. Questions? I have my email on LinkedIn here. Yes.
Check. Thank you, Wendy. Can you share with us why Marsh considers the CrowdStrike outage a zero-day attack?
No, it's not. It's a software bug.
Right. Okay. So that's now that you clear that up. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah. So that is insured, by the way, if you have.
That's insured under third-party liability, correct?
Liability is insured, and it depends on what your language is. In general, no, it's actually in your cyber policy. It's the second one. It's the second one on the BI thing. Let me go back to BI. Oh, right there. Oh, yeah. That one. That's the second one. System failure. Software
Okay.
bugs in third-party software is used by you.
Okay. Great. Thank
So
you.
by default, the language that we have in our policy paper, we do include those. But some companies, some insurer, depends on where you get your policies and stuff, may not, but you want to make sure that is in there as well. And same as contingent, so if you provide services like a software as a service or environment, a cloud type of thing, you want to make sure that is also included.
Great. Thank you.
Yes. Obstacle course.
So, great presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
So, in your network, in your breakdown of which, what are the most common sort of breakdowns?
Uh-huh.
One was like a network breakdown, and there was a impersonation. Now, if a system administrator's credential has been compromised to then compromise the network breach, right?
Yeah.
So if a system administrator's credential is compromised, is that a network breach or is that an impersonation?
It could be a network breach.
Okay.
This is just what we did was we took all the claim information that we have and the event description that we have, we classified it. So how did they get in? Is it because of misconfiguration? Is it because of network breach? Is it because of impersonation? If it's because of, so any of those kind of description, and then we look at the back end on the other side, what kind of business event did it trigger? Did
Right.
it trigger, extortion? Did it trigger whatever things that it
Right,
triggered?
right.
Yeah.
No, I mean, because if you're compromising a system administrator's credential, it is actually impersonation. So I was wondering, how you.
Yeah, if it's not so clear in the sense. Actually, this is the stuff we actually use a large language model to do the classification for us.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. And by the way, this is just for retail. I didn't run it for the whole thing.
Does Marsh track statistics on applications for insurance that Marsh has either deemed uninsurable or that companies have decided that the policy is too restrictive to afford?
We don't track specific applications. We track what industry you're in, how many records do you have, what do your control environment look like, and we try to get you to do better in your control so you can get a better coverage. Application-wise, there's so many homegrown applications that you can't track all of them.
Sorry, when I say applications, I mean applying for insurance. So companies that have applied for insurance with Marsh that have been denied a policy, or that the policy was so restrictive to cost that a company has decided that they couldn't get into cyber insurance.
Usually it's because one of those 12 controls that you guys,
Right.
whoever it is, didn't do. Yeah.
But it's not tracked, or?
It's not tracked
Okay.
in terms of application-wise.
Okay.
In terms of application.
Like number of companies
Yeah,
that,
yeah. We don't track those.
Okay.
We usually, we don't track what did they. Usually it's because of the control one of those 5 controls that they didn't do, and when we say you need to get this done before you apply,
Right.
and they didn't get it done, then the carrier looked at us and said, we don't want to insure that. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you.
I'm on time. Thank you. And I have my email on the very last slide and LinkedIn if you want to get a copy. Happy to share. Oh, okay.
Do you have a card, Wendy?
Yes, I do.
Just trying to give you something. I'm just trying to give you something spooky. I do for you. I'm just trying to give you something.
track is defensive counting. First, we'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Prisma Cloud, Avanta, and our gold sponsors, Adobe and DropZone AI. It's their support, along with our other sponsors and donors and volunteers, that make this event possible. And these talks are being live streamed. And as a courtesy to the speaker and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. And if you have any questions, use the audience microphone right there at the podium, and so the YouTube can hear you. And yeah.
Local Wi-Fi _something. It may just be a normal access point. If that's yours, just shut it down, please, because there seems to be something wrong with the radio on it, and it's just broadcasting over the That's why your Wi-Fi is shut off.
And with that, let's get started.
Thank you. All right. Hey, everyone. Thanks so much for coming to my session this afternoon. My name is Emily Austin. I am a security researcher at Census, where I study weird, unusual, or otherwise interesting things on the internet. And today I want to talk to you specifically about what I'm going to call defensive counting, or how to quantify industrial control system exposure on the internet when the data is less than friendly. Before I actually get into this, though, I do want to say that while I'm up here talking to you about this was a huge team effort by the entire Census research team. And so I just want to acknowledge the efforts of Aiden, Ariana, Himija, and Mark on this. Because this was truly, again, a team project. So here's what I want to talk to you about today, kind of a rough overview. I will spend a bit of time talking about research motivations and some context for this, just because it is a rather applied problem. But then we'll get into some kind of talking about some existing work before we talk about the actual quantification piece. And we'll wrap up with some takeaways, talk about kind of where do we go from here, and get a little philosophical. So let's just get right into it. So I imagine, like maybe a lot of you in this room, my career has been in varying degrees at the intersection of security and analytics or data science. And a couple of years ago, I was having a conversation with someone with a similar background, although much more on the data science side. And they said to me, you know, security people, you don't really like to count things. But why don't you move beyond counting? Where's all the really interesting analysis? Where's the cool modeling and all the cool fancy stuff? And I sort of took umbrage with this statement for a couple of reasons. The first is that, you know, I think this track at this conference is ample evidence that work like that exists very much in the wild. You just have to know where to look for it. But the second piece that I really didn't love about this statement is that counting is actually hard. Well, let me back up. So maybe counting is easy, but counting the correct things is actually challenging, particularly when you want to do this at internet scale. So for a slightly less philosophical motivation for this presentation, there's a lot going on in this slide, but this represents sort of a high-level overview of a string of threat activity against critical infrastructure, particularly in the US, with some focus on water and wastewater. I'll call your attention to the screenshot here in the upper right. This is an HMI, or a human-machine interface, which we'll talk about in a minute, that was defaced last fall by an Iranian actor. They went after these Israeli-manufactured devices after some local tensions in the region, and actually defaced these panels. This one, you might have heard the story about a water facility in Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, that was hit with this. There are also increasing concerns around People's Republic of China-based actors gaining and maintaining access to critical infrastructure networks. And the final big piece I'll talk about here is the screenshot on the bottom right. The cyber army of Russia Reborn, which is an actor that's maybe potentially affiliated with the Russian military, in early 2024, gained access to several water system control panels for small cities in Texas. This is actually a screenshot from one of the videos that they posted on Telegram showing their access and sort of messing around with the control panel. So I want to go over just a little bit of terminology because there is a lot of jargon in the ICS space. ICS, when I talk about that, I'm talking about industrial control systems. And these are really any systems that are used in manufacturing and automation processes. A lot of them also fall into the category of critical infrastructure, but these are not mutually inclusive, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Another thing to be aware of here are automation protocols. So these are used for communication between industrial devices, so things like building automation or power system automation, meter reading, et cetera. They're really kind of low-level protocols. Many of them have been around for a lot of years, and they also typically don't have any form of authentication on them. Some other concepts to be aware of as we talk about this are human-machine interfaces, or HMIs. So these are the, as you might imagine by the name, these are the interfaces that operators use to monitor and interact with these systems. While they are on site at these facilities many times, they also offer remote access. And the final thing I'll mention here is web admin interfaces, which also might be self-explanatory, but they go a step further and provide HTTP-based management interfaces. So this is literally something you can look at in your browser if you know the IP and the port. They, a lot of times, ship with default credentials. So what I'll leave you with in regards to these kinds of systems is they're not necessarily paragons of security engineering. So critical infrastructure. I have a couple screenshots here from CISA in the US and the NPSA in the UK. But when we talk about critical infrastructure, just to get a clear definition, we're talking about infrastructure that is considered so essential or critical by governments or nations for the functioning of their society and their economy. Different nations will have like slightly varying definitions of what is actually critical infrastructure. But the important thing to know here is, right, these are things that commonly include, power or energy, emergency services, water, healthcare. And for this research, kind of given those previous attacks that we talked about, we focused on water and wastewater specifically. So our goal for this research was really to develop a quality data set, a high fidelity data set of industrial control systems devices that would be granular and accurate enough for us to be able to notify the owners of these devices that they had a problem. This is our goal. This is our undertaking. Now, I do want to acknowledge we are far from the first folks to try to quantify industrial control systems devices on the internet. This is just a sampling of many, many, many pieces of research from both academia and industry. A lot of these works focus on several different automation protocols specifically, and maybe a subset of the ones that we examined. In some cases, it's not clear whether the researchers excluded known honeypots or deceptive services from these counts. And in some cases, it's also not really clear what the implications of the exposure numbers are. So for instance, if I tell you there are 7,000 Modbus services exposed on the internet, but I kind of leave it at that, I'm not really painting a picture of the actual threat landscape, right? Like there needs to be a little more context there. What might those be connected to? What could someone do with those things? And so we wanted to keep building on this body of research. We felt like there was still something we could dig into and really figure out about this. And so we took all of this knowledge, decided we wanted to build on it, and we got to work. So let's talk briefly about the base data set. So at Census, we scan the entire IPv4 space, some of IPv6, all the time, 65K port scanning. We have about 250 million IPv4 hosts in our data set right now, with about 5 billion services. Within that, we have coverage of 22 different ICS, or automation protocols, and over 200 different types of ICS software. So this is sort of our base data set, what we're dealing with. All right, so let's get into the quantification. That's perfect, like halfway through. All right, so first, as sort of a step zero, we knew we wanted to shore up the data before we really dug in. So this is kind of our data enrichment phase. There were two pieces to this. So we knew from the outset that we wanted to improve our collection and detection of various ICS protocols and software. So some of this was discovering different software on HTTP, like in-browser interfaces. Some of it was discovering interesting things over VNC. And as our researchers on this team started finding the software, they also started noticing other interesting protocols running on these same hosts. These are protocols that we maybe didn't have detailed scanning logic for. And so some folks on our team actually wrote some. So this is the second piece you see here, this collecting additional data. And I'll call your attention to PCOM here. PCOM is actually a proprietary Unitronics protocol. You might remember that screenshot with the red hacked message earlier. That's also a Unitronics device, so we felt like it was particularly relevant to scan for PCOM and add that to our data set. So this gives us about 57,000 industrial control systems exposed to the internet in the US. Now, because we work in this internet measurement, internet analytics space, and because we're data people, we knew that there would be false positives in this data. And in this context, when we say false positives, we're talking about honeypots. So in this case, right, like these are things that are pretending to be something they're not, they're duplicitous. And there are a couple of really common, well-known ICS honeypots out there. A couple I'll talk about today are Gaspot and Conpot. Both of them are actually available on GitHub, so you can audit the code, you can look at them, you can run them yourselves. You go home today and spin one up. But in detecting these, analyzing the code, some folks on our team were able to figure out, so in the screenshot on the far left, you can see a Gaspot instance in our data. This is a screenshot from Census Search. And there's some interesting differences in the date format in real ATG, or automated tank gauge systems, versus the honeypot. Automated tank gauge is a computerized system that collects and displays information about underground tanks. So like your local gas station, fuel station will sometimes run these. But that's one way we can detect those. Another that we knew we wanted to pull out of the data is called Conpot. And Conpot allows you to emulate a variety of different services, including Modbus and S7. But Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle enthusiasts might notice in these screenshots in the middle and on the right. For instance, on the right, you can see the system is Technodrome, and you can see that the plant ID is Mouser Factory. So just some fun little tells for those there. So we subtracted these and other similar services out of our data set. So this leaves us with about 42,000 honeypots, or 42,000 services, rather, with those removed. And so now that we have this reasonably comprehensive set of data, we realized we wanted to filter it even further, because we wanted to, again, focus on those things that were particularly important for water and wastewater. And so we wanted to filter out protocols that are most commonly associated with building control. So like running the lights in an office building, the security system or door system. Not that that isn't important, and not that someone could not cause harm with those, but again, they felt a little bit on the edge of relevance for us, given our very specific focus on water and wastewater. So Fox and BACnet are those two protocols that we opted to remove from this data to sort of filter out. This leaves us with about 18,000 ICS protocols in the US. And so we've gone from 57,000 to 18,000. And now we start to ask, what metadata can we glean by, looking at maybe the network where these devices run? Maybe there's useful DNS or whois information. Maybe there's other interesting tells that will help us figure out, maybe who owns them. So spoiler, no, that's not at all what happened. So this is the top 10 networks or autonomous systems where we see ICS protocols in the US. And there is a long tail on this. It is truncated to 10. You might notice a lot of consumer or business ISPs here, things like Comcast, AT&T. You might also notice T-Mobile, so a mobile network. I'm actually curious, Is anybody here familiar with Selcopart? Gabe, you cannot answer. Anybody familiar with Selcopart? Okay, Selcopart is actually Verizon. When we start to look at some of the metadata of these hosts running on these networks, there's not really a lot that's very useful there. You know, when we look at DNS, when we look at the whois, it all points back to the telco. And these are often running these, you know, low-level automation protocols that don't really give you a lot of information about who owns them or where they might be or any other details. So again, considering that original goal that we, you know, had of wanting to identify owners for as many of these, we went back to the user interfaces. So these user interfaces, or HMIs, we identified around 430 internet accessible HMIs. You can see the variety of industries here. Oil and gas is a whole other story that we'll talk about another time. But for water, we found just under 100. And there's some really helpful details about things in these HMIs, in that they'll often just present you with stuff like this. It's like City of X plant or City of X water treatment station. And you're able to, you know, go and look at the geolocation of the host, use a little Googling, and you can actually figure out, like, oh yeah, this is probably this water facility. Here's a contact, I'm gonna email them, right? And in some cases, we actually even find the, you know, picture of the tank itself, which we can then find on Google Maps and verify that that's actually what it is. So the HMIs were actually pretty useful in identifying ownership. So ultimately, of these roughly 100 water-related HMIs, we were able to confidently identify owners for about half of them. And so I just want to let that sink in for a minute. We started with around 57,000 devices in the US, and we identified owners for 50 of them. I'll leave that there. All right, so let's talk conclusions in this last few minutes. So first, I think one thing we learned from this is that, you know, looking at the protocol exposure, those, you know, things like Modbus and BACnet and those things, that's one part of the puzzle to understanding this story. I think it's also really important to consider those internet accessible control panels, because those are things where you don't have to have a lot of specialized knowledge. You can access it in your browser and go start clicking around if there's no authentication, which many of them don't have authentication. It's also not necessarily the number of devices themselves. I sort of was trying to tease this on that last slide. It's not the number of devices that's so concerning. But I think what's really, really concerning, and the point to drive home here, is the real ones we do find, in particular the ones that we identify owners for, they're cities, they're actual municipalities, water plants, or drinking water facilities. And those are particularly worrisome when they're not protected by any kind of authentication, a VPN, any sort of measures like that. And finally, I will leave you with this. I will zoom out and be a little philosophical for a moment. And I'll just say, you know, simple tasks sometimes can be deceptively challenging. And counting is actually hard to do correctly. That's all I have. Thank you so much. We can, yeah. Yeah, and if anyone has questions, I'd be happy to, I think we have a little time, be happy to take some. I'm also very happy to chat afterwards. You can find me, happy to chat.
How you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Any attempts to contact Verizon or any of these providers and try to, you know, work out attribution?
Yes, that's an excellent question. So I think we probably need more than just our resources to get all of these telcos in a room and say, hey, help us figure out who owns these.
Have you tried the ISACs?
No, not specifically, but that is a good lead. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. Question, you mentioned the Modbus protocol and similar protocols that are unsafe. Currently, there is no incentive or benefit for the companies that are using these protocols to migrate to a safer one, and therefore no incentive for the vendors to stop implementing those in their products, because therefore if they do, customers won't acquire the product. So how do you see that moving forward, and do you expect a mandate to come out on that? Thank you.
Thank you. This is a really good question. So I think this kind of gets to the point that there are issues sort of at all the levels with this, right? Like there's issues in the manufacturer space because there isn't really pressure to improve security for these devices, at least in the US right now, from kind of a regulatory perspective. I don't know what the future of that looks like. I don't know that things will change vastly without some type of enforcement or regulation. So yeah, I think there's potentially a path forward there. I know, I believe in the UK, they've enacted some manufacturing kind of putting the burden on the manufacturer. And so I'm very curious to see how that goes over the next few years. And then maybe that's something we adopt here.
I think we could do this as the last person. That's okay.
Yeah, and I'm happy. Like I said, please find me after. I'd love to chat more about this.
So with water, I know that they're pretty like cash strapped. It's really a thin business.
Yep.
So do you think that there's like something that should be done, because they just don't have the money to do any of this stuff? Like it's not their fault in a way. There's no money, and they're all thin operations. So like, what do you think the solution is to actually bring these utilities up to speed to what the threat landscape actually is?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. So one of the things I know, I think the EPA is now responsible for drinking water facilities in the US. And I know with some of the recent kind of attacks and things like that, they've stepped up their inspections and enforcement actions. And they're, I think, also offering resources. If you reach out, if you're a water facility and you reach out to the EPA, they will help you make some of these assessments. So I think, trying to find ways to offer those resources, because a lot of these, especially these small kind of municipalities, are resource strapped. So I think finding ways that the regulatory bodies can step in and offer assistance is probably going to be key. Yeah. Right. I think that's all the time we have, but thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
Can y'all hear me? Oh, good. This one's working.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas. We'd like to first thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Prisma Cloud and Vanta, and our gold sponsors, Adobe and Project Circuit Breaker. And it's their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. And these talks are being live streamed. So as a courtesy to our speakers and to the audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silent. And if you have any questions after the speech, you can use the microphone right there. And to make sure to kind of point the mic in the audience so people know. Oh, sorry. Okay, so with that, I have Ariana.
Yeah, great. Can folks hear me okay? Perfect, awesome. Oh, thank you. Wait till the end. You don't know what's gonna happen in this talk. All right, hi folks, my name is Ariana. I am also from Census, and I'm here to talk about some ongoing work about lessons we learned when we scanned the internet about every 45 minutes. So before I start with that, just a quick primer on the internet for folks who might not have as much of a networking background. The internet is in quotes because it's made up, obviously. So the internet is made up of these things called hosts. You can think of them as network devices. You know, your laptop, servers on the internet, IoT devices. And when I think of a host, I think of a device that has an IP address, so where we find it on the internet, as well as what port and protocol it is relaying information over. And again, to kind of simplify this for the folks who might not have as much networking background, port and protocol combinations, you can think of them as like languages and dialects at a really high level. It's how these devices speak to each other on the internet, it's how they display content, and there's a lot of these different port protocol combinations on the internet. So for example, you can have a device or a host that speaks 80 HTTP, which is pretty common. Those are like your HTML pages. You can also see something that speaks 80 HTTPS, which is weirder. It's stranger, but it exists. It happens on the internet because the internet's a wild place. And one of the tools that is useful for understanding the internet is this thing called internet-wide scanning. Pretty self-explanatory. It's where you take a program and you scan all the hosts on the internet, or maybe a subset of them, maybe not all. And you basically try to speak to them over their specific port protocol combination, and you say, hey, what data are you willing to publicly tell me? So we're not breaking in, we're not hacking, this is all publicly available information. Again, just to like break it down into, or up level into an analogy, imagine if Santa is just going around the world every 12 hours, knocking on every host's door and saying, hey, are you home? Also, what do you speak? Okay, thanks, bye. That's essentially internet-wide scanning. And this is a super useful tool for security research because you can look at hosts on your own network and see what ports and protocols are open. You can look at the spread of CVEs over the entire internet. And the nice thing about, for me, for everyone in this room, is that you don't need to run your own server farm in order to get this information. In fact, there are now a number of scanning-wide engines, Census being one of them, that do the scanning and then make that data accessible to others. But good research requires really good data. And at Census, we are always thinking about how can we get more accurate internet-wide scanning data. And a little while ago, we noticed this facet, this really strange anecdotal behavior where we would be scanning these hosts, and they would be responsive, and then all of a sudden they'd disappear. And then they'd respond again after like 2, 4, 6, 12 hours. That flapping behavior seemed a little strange to us. And like I said, we're always thinking, how can we make our data better? Because we want to enable better security research for ourselves and also for everyone in the community. And so we didn't understand really what was going on, so we were like, let's set out to understand this behavior to help us better our internet-wide scanning. And this brings me to a deceivingly simple question, which is what I'm going to try and answer for the rest of this talk. How ephemeral is the internet? Or in other words, how often do we really need to scan different parts of the internet and also in order to get the most accurate data? Quick step back. Who am I? My name's Ariana. As you can probably tell, I work as a senior security researcher at Census. Prior to this, I did my PhD at UCSD, where my focus was on internet measurement and empowering security decisions. At this point in my slides, I was going to say, I'm wearing an orange blazer. Please come talk to me. It's so easy to find me, but all the volunteers are also wearing orange. So this is just an example of how the best laid plans can go to waste very quickly. I'll still be wearing this. Please come find me. I love internet measurement. Okay, so back to the task at hand. How ephemeral is the internet? As with any good measurement question, you can often break down this overarching philosophical question into more concrete, measurable outcomes. And so really what I want to find out is, if we scan really frequently, what trends do we find across different ports, protocols, and autonomous systems? I'll get to what an AS is in a couple of slides. So if you're like, what the heck is that? Don't worry yet. And so to make sure we're on the same page, I'm just going to go over our methodology really quickly. We scanned hosts that had the 40 most common ports open every 45 minutes for a week. So in an ideal world, I would have had like 20 servers to do this experiment on, so we were limited by server load. We ended up only scanning about 6 million IPs because this takes time. And the way that we picked those IPs is essentially we got a list of responsive IPs on these 40 most common ports, took a subset of them, and then kicked off our predictive scanning protocol tool that we use at Census for our actual data set. And this predictive protocol scanning is really key, and I'm going to take a second and a couple slides to explain why. So like I mentioned a little while ago, you can have hosts that speak different ports and protocols, 80 HTTP versus 80 HTTPS. And so if we just look at the spread of ports that the different IPs speak, for example, we get this graph. So the x-axis is port, the y-axis is just raw number of IPs, and you'll see that in our data set, there's a heavy concentration of IPs that are speaking popular ports. This is very unsurprising. What was a little more surprising is that, so we kicked off this predictive protocol scanning tool. And so instead of us saying, hey, you're on port 80, you're always going to speak HTTP, we let our scanning engine predict that for us. And so this x-axis is 40. I'm now going to show you a graph that not only shows port, but is the port protocol combinations combined. And this is that graph. You can't read that x-axis, and that's intentional because there are 412 port protocol combinations when we use predictive scanning. And so this is actually one of the takeaways that I really wanted to drive home in this talk today, is that this matches up actually with some prior research that a lot of ports do not only speak standard protocols. This speaks to the importance of predictive of non-standard scanning. And as a measurement scientist, you cannot assume that a given port will always speak its standard protocol. And not only does prior research show that, but our own measurements back that up too. A little bit more about the ground truth of the ground truth, as I like to call it. Like I said, we were limited by how many servers we could spin up to run this experiment. So we scanned about 6 million IPs. Of those 6 million, 81% of them spoke exactly one protocol during the entire week. And so for simplicity, I'm going to focus on that 81%. There's some really interesting other stuff going on with that other 19%. Specifically, there's like 7% of hosts that our protocol scanner could talk to and get data from, and then all of a sudden they would respond with data that we couldn't parse. It was just like unknown in our data set. So there's some weird stuff going on in that 19%, but that's a totally different topic and a totally different talk. And so bringing this back to our measurement question, what trends do we uncover across protocol and AS when we scan frequently? And the metric of interest that we set out to first quantify was, what do we find when we examine lifespans? And so when I say lifespan, I mean, a contiguous portion of positive or successful protocol scans. So the host is responding positively every 45 minutes on a given protocol. And the lifespan is how long they are successfully responding. So a lifespan could be an hour, right? So something responds for an hour, it disappears. It could be a day. It could be 7.8 days, which is the entire duration of the measurement experiment. And I could show lifespans for just the port, but like I keep saying, ports are often in research, they are often shown in the context of the protocol they're also speaking. So for the rest of this talk, everything I'm going to show is going to be port protocol specific. And we're going to look at some common port protocol lifespans. But before I get to some major takeaways, I want to take 30 seconds to discuss what this type of graph is, because you're going to see a lot of these, sorry. So this is a CDF, or a cumulative distribution function. This is essentially a distribution of your data of interest. So the y-axis is from 0 to 1, but you can map that to percentiles. And the x-axis is your metric of interest. So for us, it's days. And like I said, we ran this experiment for about 7.8 days, because that's when I cut off the scans. And just to really drive home how to read this graph, I've highlighted the 50th percentile, or the median, with the red line. And if we see where that intersects with the blue line, and we let our eyes draw down, that means that the 50th percentile of 80 HTTP is at about 0.6 days or 15 hours. And so what that means is that there are a little under 50% of devices that have lifespans that are longer, and that's this top arching curve. And then a little under 50% of devices have lifespans that are shorter, and this is like this really sharp uptick. The other thing I want to point out about these types of graphs is you might notice as your eyes follow this blue line, it goes straight up at the end. And that essentially means that at the end percentiles, 95th, 96th, 97th, 99th, 100th percentile, the lifespan's maxed out. So like the 99th percentile of devices that speak 80 HTTP had lifespans of 7.8 days. And so if you see those straight lines, that's essentially what that means. So like I said, sorry in advance, you're going to see a lot of these. But now that we've kind of walked through one of them, I hope that these make a little more sense. And if they don't worry, I'm going to walk you through the takeaways anyway. Let's look at the 5 most popular port protocol combinations and their lifespans. And so if you remember that graph with the 412 combinations, these are those first 5 bars. And these are their distribution of lifespans. So not only, and just for clarification, I've posted typed the medians of these popular port protocol combinations on the right-hand side. So like 80 HTTP has a median of 0.66, 7547 HTTP, or CWMP, for those in the room who know, are 0.5 days. You'll see that the green line, 443 HTTPS, is a weird outlier. It's really short-lived. It goes up and then over to the right at a much quicker pace than its counterparts, which I'll talk about closer to the end of these slides. But the really important part, the really interesting part about these CDFs is that we can see the distribution. And so in cases where we have medians that are really similar, like 80 HTTP and 22 SSH, the blue line and the red line, they both have medians or 50th percentiles at about 0.66, 0.69 days. But if we look at the blue line and the red line, their behaviors are really different. What this is telling me is that devices, hosts that speak 22 SSH, sure, at the median they might be 0.69 days in terms of their lifespan, but then after that they become far longer lived. And so 22 SSH is actually a far longer lived protocol in terms of lifespans than 80 HTTP, its counterpart. And this is why something like this, looking at the entire distribution, is so key to understanding this ecosystem. And so we see a lot of variation in common ports and protocols with the outlier in 443 HTTPS, which, like I said, I'll get to. I want to show you 5 other another set of port protocols for comparison that have very different intentions. So a lot of these, they're HTTP, HTTPS, SSH, TCP, SIP. This graph is all mail protocols. So again, just like a quick background, for those of you who don't know, email has its own set of ports and protocols. These distributions look very different. Those straight lines are super pronounced, and if you actually look at the medians on the right-hand side, sorry, I forgot to type medians, the medians are all between 6 and 7.8 days, which is the maximum of the experiment duration. And so what we find is that mail protocols are far longer lived than their counterparts, but if we actually take a step back and ask ourselves, why is that happening? It is because the intention of the port and protocol can really inform its behavior. Who here runs a mail server? Yeah, a couple people. How much downtime do you have? A little. Yeah. So mail servers are meant functionally to stay online forever, or as long as the admin wants, in order to transfer email back and forth. If there's downtime, then you can have downtime in the actual transport of emails themselves. Where something like HTTP, if your HTTP web page goes down, comes back up, no harm, no foul. And so this really speaks to understanding the intention behind some of these ports and protocols and why they are exhibiting these behaviors. There's 412 port protocol combinations. I'm not going to show you. I'm not going to just like keep going through 5 and 5 and 5. But instead, I'm going to take a quick step back and just summarize this portion really quickly, which is that when we look at lifespans based on responsiveness, whether there was a successful scan or not, we see a variation of lifespan mediums from 0.8 hours all the way to 188 hours, which is the duration, like I said, of the experiment lifespan. Or in other words, these port protocol lifespans can vary quite widely, actually a lot more widely than we anticipated. Now, I love to make my life hard, and so the next question is, what happens if we add autonomous systems or a third variable into the mix? And so for those who don't know what an autonomous system is, it's essentially a set of IPs that's owned by the same organization and has the same routing. So like Google has a set of autonomous systems, Census has its own autonomous system, or AS. And for the sake of time, I'm going to look at 3 ASs that have very different functions. Again, we're going to look at Cloudflare, Microsoft, and Kix, which is the largest Korea telecom, as a case study. And to keep things really simple, we're going to look at 80 HTTP to start off. And so what you'll see here, again, lovely CDF. The blue line is the port protocol distribution in aggregate. The orange line is hosts that speak 80 HTTP specifically on that AS, Microsoft Corp, MSN, et cetera, et cetera. And so when we compare these two, we can say, okay, the devices that speak 80 HTTP on this AS are much shorter lived than the entire population that we're looking at. When we do the same examination for Cloudflare, it's basically the exact opposite. That 80 HTTP is far longer lived than the aggregate. And if we look at the Korea telecom, it's still longer lived, but not as pronounced. And again, I've posted the medians just to make this a little bit more, this takeaway a little bit more salient. One of the things to make note here is that similar to like how ports and protocols can have different intentions, these autonomous systems have different purposes, different intentions. Microsoft sells hosts as a service. And so you're going to have a lot of customers who spin something up, maybe they bring it down, they spin it up again. Cloudflare is a content delivery network. Again, kind of similar to mail servers or mail protocols, it's meant to have really solid uptime. And then a Korea telecom, part of its function is to provide residential access. And so that might be why it's not as pronounced as Cloudflare, but it's still a little bit longer lived than the aggregate. These purposes, these reasons that these different autonomous systems exist can also start to inform trends and how we might want to scan these different aspects or these different ASs differently. I'm done with CDFs, by the way. This is your last CDF. If we also look at ports and protocols that are meant to be really similar in intentionality, though, we don't necessarily see parity between the two distributions. So what do I mean by that? These are the 3 autonomous systems, and these are just medians, because I figured at this point you might be graphed out. And we see the medians for port 80, it's 1.1 hours, 7.8 days, and 1.7 days. If we look at port 8080, and again, only HTTP, often folks on the internet treat 80 and 8080 very similarly. It's meant, to serve web pages. With Cloudflare, we see very similar behavior, but we don't necessarily see that with Microsoft and Kix. And so we not only see a huge variation between AS, but also ports speaking the same protocol, which have the same intentionality. And this was, again, where like all my hypotheses started getting thrown out the window a little bit. Oh, and then I already spoke to this. AS intention can also make a huge difference. So with my last 2 remaining minutes, I want to dive into one other discussion, which is what if we change our definition of lifespan? So far we have categorized lifespan as successful protocol scans up and downtime, right? But we saw that with 443 HTTPS, there were really short lifespans, which seems a little strange compared to the rest of the port protocol combinations. And so that got us thinking, what if we changed our definition to include looking at how the host itself is changing? You know, what if it just, there's some measurement error, something weird is going on with the network, a lot of weird things can happen on the internet. And so instead, let's look at how the host itself is changing over time. And so I came up with this idea of like a host cookie per protocol. So this is the fields that are of most interest for that port and protocol. And this, for this last remaining couple slides, I'll do a case study on 443 HTTPS. And the two fields of interest were the SHA-256 of the body hash and the fingerprint of the certificate. And so we combine those together to make the host cookie, and we're like, surely the lifespans of 443 HTTPS must increase, because why would these things be changing so drastically? And instead, when we calculated lifespans based on change, the median lifespan increased from 0.8 hours to 1.1. This was not what I was anticipating, folks. Some digging, because this project has been a lot of me digging, we realized that the SHA-256 of the body hash is actually too granular for our purpose and intentions. Because what's often happening with HTTP, which is an incredibly dynamic protocol, is you'd have frame IDs that change every time you visit the web page. And if you visit the web page every 45 minutes, you're going to get a slightly different frame ID. Take a SHA-256 of that SHA-256 is going to be different every single time. And we actually verified this hypothesis because when we calculated the lifespan just based on the certificate fingerprint, the median lifespan all of a sudden became 188 hours. Again, the entire duration of the experiment run. And so this brings me to this philosophical question, which is, what is the definition of a host for us, for you, in your measurement experiment? It could be the SHA-256 body hash. It could be the certificate. For us, we're now looking at context-specific hashing. Because if a body hash or a body HTML changes by 3, 4, 10 bytes, to us, that's functionally the same host. And so there are some changes that we are examining for our own purposes. OK, this is my tunnel of terrors. Quick recap. Takeaway number one is that the internet is not homogeneous in its ephemerality. Single isolated scans, if you're a security researcher, may be totally acceptable, but not if you're trying to take the pulse of something. At the port and protocol level, we find median lifespans varying all the way from 0.8 hours to 188 hours, and we find additionally wide variation when we add an autonomous system. Takeaway number two is to understand what you are trying to measure and why it's important. This gets back to the deep philosophical question of what is a host? What does lifespan mean for you? Is it uptime? Is it change? With HTTPS 443 alone, these different metrics and measurements change our lifespan metrics quite wildly. And then finally, the internet is constantly evolving. We need to be conducting measurements more consistently to understand these weird facets and what's going on. And my colleague Emily had mentioned that, counting is hard. What I really want to leave you folks with is that measuring is also very hard. So there's a lot of different next steps. I think I'm a minute over time. I just want to thank my colleagues at Census really quick. Good research is not done in isolation. I'm very thankful to be learning with my members along the research and data team every day. And I want to thank you folks for your time. If you have questions, you can come find me in my orange blazer. Thank you so much.
Something spooky. this will get out to for him. I'm just trying to give you something.
ground rules here. This is interactive. I'm going to have some time for questions at the end, but you feel free to interrupt. We can go as deep as you'd like. But for those that have been following the news, just feel free to blurt out, like, how much did the United Healthcare breach cost? Wild guess. A lot. Give me a number next to a lot. Anyone?
40 million.
40 million. Any other guess?
100 million. When you factor in all the businesses that were affected, every doctor's office and healthcare provider, it's huge.
Huge numbers.
And they probably couldn't see patients for several days, right?
Absolutely. So big numbers. Any other guesses in terms of numbers? 200 million. Excellent. What about the SolarWinds breach? How much did that cost? Billions of dollars. Okay. Any other guesses? What about the MGM breach? How much did that cost?
Oh, wait. The Caesars breach cost exactly $15 million.
$15 million. And they paid, right?
Yeah, but
Not the only cost, right? There's other costs.
$100 million lost business.
$100 million in lost business. Any other guesses? Awesome. So we're engaged. We know a little bit about this. So a little bit about me in the background here. So I'm a recovering CISO. So I've been in the financial services space for the last few years. The security and the strategy and the execution of the security program. Done over 37 mergers and acquisitions, but I've also spent my time securing banks and tech as well. And so on my journey in all these mergers and acquisitions, if you've ever done enough of these, you start to inherit certain things. You start to see certain patterns, right? And if you're working with private equity firms or venture capital firms, you notice that they have a different game they're playing. They're looking at financial statements. But the cyber element is always in question, right? Especially when you start to inherit and bring another company into your environment, or if you're divesting. And so as I was going through this journey, I started looking at what business looked like, pursuing executive education, looking at business, and then ultimately going into finance, I learned, hey, financial analysts play a different game. They look at numbers and they're looking for patterns. They're able to go through and see things over the course of time, especially as they're comparing it expressed through these financial statements, especially for publicly traded companies. So partnered with Dr. Jun Ni, who could not be here today, unfortunately, because he's in the process of moving. He's a big brain analytics person, a savant when it comes to taking data, visualizing it. And so together we're forming a team and a project to go through and analyze and look for smoke signals. Now, I'm going to take you a little bit on this journey. So right now, cyber due diligence looks a certain way. We think it should look potentially another way with with the financial analysis. We think that there's some patterns and things that are of interest that we want to share with you. Regulatory changes are requiring disclosures. We think that's a wealth of information, especially when you know what to look for and you start to look at these patterns. And when we think about a little bit of common ways of doing threat intelligence, we think there's a novel way of building a new model. So we'll start to share that. So we started off with this, but you've all seen these headlines. United Healthcare, MGM, SolarWinds, right? Not to pick on any one particular company, but you see all these headlines, we see numbers. And so these are some of the estimates as quoted from these headlines, right? Big numbers, and they vary, right? They vary based on the estimate at the time. These are mostly year to date. But while we take a look at these headlines, we start to pick what happened. These are publicly traded companies that are otherwise healthy and posting these financial statements. So let's start to look at what is inside of a Security and Exchange Committee, Security and Exchange Commission, and SEC required filing. There's two filings. There's a 10K, that's an annual disclosure. It's kind of like posting a selfie, right? You go through and you have your financials, you have what risk factors, what your business is doing. You've got the management that's disclosing things that are important for a potential or existing investor to know. And then you've got the numbers. Then you've got some other supplementary disclosures. So that happens annually, depending on the fiscal year. And it's important. It's important. It's a requirement to go through and say, this is everything you should invest, and this is what's interesting to you, potential or existing investor. Then, if you experience an event, right? An event can come in any form. A merger, an acquisition, a divestiture, something that is material, you disclose it in the form of an 8K. And it's a special event. right? And as of December of 2023, there's now a requirement, if you experience a cyber event, to disclose this type of information. And so it provides a new form of information, a new body of knowledge for us to see, hey, what took place? So when we think about our threat intelligence today, go ahead.
When you said an 8K is required for December 2023, what's the threshold for that? Because companies see cyber events of some nature, every day potentially?
Yeah. So the question is, what is the threshold for disclosing an 8K, right? And it's at the determination, it's really up to the company when materiality has been met. Materiality is a very fancy, expensive word that lawyers get to sort out, but effectively requires a company to go through with the right general counsel, CFO, legal, outside legal, and disclose that something has taken place. And it's still in question, it's still relatively new. That answer? Another question in the back. I'm sorry, you have to speak a little bit more. Does it require the updates after the breach? Interim updates. So yes, there are interim updates. And so at the point in which the question was, are there other incremental updates that are required? Absolutely. So the idea is to inform a existing or potential investor and the regulator that something has taken place, a service outage, something that could affect the overall financial outcome of an existing or potential investor. Great questions. So we dig a little bit deeper on this, and we think about today's threat intelligence, right? It's really a life cycle, right? So there's different forms, there's different activities that take place, but in effect, you have a direction, right? You set out to go and discover some information. You go and you collect data from available sources to you, public, private, otherwise, right? You process the data, you analyze it with subject matter experts, and you disseminate it to the world to make an action on, right? And then you follow that life cycle. That's our traditional threat intelligence at a very high level. And there's different forms, right? There's strategic, where you're gathering public pieces of information. There's things that you're probably more commonly thinking of, your TTPs, right? The tools, techniques of what adversaries are doing, the operational aspects, or even the technical, the things that you're able to discover internally if you're really looking at the types of technical types of things that are out there. And so the idea is that it's not really a life cycle, it's really the flow of information, the gathering of information, right? You're following a cycle. And so let's take a look at this, right? Our common threat intelligence today yields this type of activities, right? So here's an example, right? Mandiant, well-known company, right? And this is what took place for SolarWinds. This is Sunburst, right? This is an example of what took place, threat actors, indicators of compromise, and what our conventional threat intelligence yields today. But where's the $40 million in this, right? How does the financial analyst understand this? How does a potential investor understand that in the form of an 8K per se? But this is what we think about an example of technical threat intelligence. Another example, great company, Level Blue Labs, right? This is what MGM looks like when we perform threat intelligence. Again, indicators of compromise, right? Some of the operations, what took place at the time when the bad actor impersonated the help desk and did what they did, created a week-long service outage. Another example of our strategic threat intelligence. This is Huntress, another excellent company, right? Gathering information publicly available to really disclose what took place. Somebody had impersonated the help desk, went through the access broker, things were purchased, had access, and led to effectively a week-long outage. But where's the number, right? Where's the $100 million in this? And so when we think about this, we think about pointing not just at the publicly available pieces of information, but pointing it at the publicly disclosed financial information, using some financial analysis. There's some interesting things, right? Because the purpose of financial analysis, or the purpose of managing your financial risk, is to prevent the loss of money, right? It's preventing a bad investment. And so when we start to compare and contrast cyber threat intelligence with financial analysis, there's really some commonality, right? Both set out to combine and create, as part of a comprehensive risk strategy, known unknowns, if you will, right? Identify financial risks, identify threat actors, identify adversaries that are targeting you. You have a goal to minimize your risk. And you're using those similar techniques, putting in front of the right information, the right users to make an informed decision at that time. So when we start to connect the dots, we start to think about, let's use this database of publicly disclosed information, EDGAR, which is what it's called. So there's this Security and Exchange Commission database that's out there, it's publicly available. And when you go and you pull it from anything that says 8K in cyber, from December of 2023 to, let's just say, July, we've got 2,200 8K filings mentioning cyber. Now, not all of these are related to an incident, and I'll talk through that. You got, just like anything, you have to distill signal to noise. But with the requirements, there's some really interesting information out there, right? You have described cybersecurity processes, who you're working with, effectively what took place, financial information. And so it's a wealth of information, and it's going to be continuing to evolve, right? This is relatively new. And so when we think about it, we start to actually dissect and distill what these 8Ks are. There's a question? Yes?
Yeah, so since you're disclosing information, are you finding at all that companies that have had cybersecurity incidents were disclosing contingency losses or anything like that in their statements for the event?
The question is, do we find that companies are disclosing contingency losses as a result of their events? And it depends. Depends on where they're at with the event. It depends on where they're at with the whole litany of financials that adjust. And if you hold that thought, I'm going to go a little bit more into kind of where that information comes in. But it's a great question. Thank you. So this might actually help with that. So when we start to distill the 8Ks and the information that's out there, not all the data is useful, right? So the top example is an example of an 8K related to a cyber incident. So it hit the criteria, right? Cyber 8K and the threshold, but you can start to see the changes in revenue, right? The changes in expenses, net losses. And again, distilling it in, you can start to, again, depending on the ratios you use in the industry and how they carry their assets, you can start to distill some of that information. So this is an example of something that's useful, right? Again, calling your attention to something that you want to inspect a little bit further based on some numbers and some words. The other is an example of an 8K, but it just so happened that the company had the word cyber in its name, right? Cyber Apps World was merging. So it's an example of something that we would not want to pay attention to per se, right? The idea, again, is that not all of it's useful, but there's a lot of information, especially when we point it out at a larger level. And so when we think about financial analysis in its most basic form, you've got money coming in, the form of income, money going out with expenses. And trained and seasoned financial analysts looked at things a little bit differently, right? Assets and liabilities, ratios, and they're looking at things to determine, again, that they're going to make a right investment, make the right bet. But there's different things that indicate the health of a company. And just like with threat intelligence, just like anything, you want to call attention to things that are of interest to you. And you can trigger off of this. And so example of that, right? Understanding what is inside of the 8K related to cyber, right? Of course, you're looking for if a company's going through some sort of financial distress, as an example. Is there an acquisition or a divestiture or a lot of movement over the last course of years? If you've ever worked in a security program, if you've gone through many mergers and acquisitions, many times there's a lot of change and there's a lot of freeze and you've got potentially legacy things that you're dealing with, and you could start to see that in some of the operations. You know, any relation to the obligation to not pay down the debt, right? Or if you're taking on additional debt. Again, triggers that allow us to analyze it, look at things a little bit deeper. And so when we start to look at this thing, take a look at the cash flows and the debt, everything else, again, there's some triggers, there's some interesting information that's there. So let's start to see this in practice. And so what better company to take a look at than MGM, right? And so again, we're in this beautiful city of Las Vegas. And so just to kind of level set here, about a year ago, MGM experienced a cyber event that caused a week-long service outage to the tune of about $100 million. And so it's interesting about this is that it predated the requirement for the disclosure of an 8K, but it's one of the first of its kind. It provided all the transparency that we would want to see. So it provides a comparison for other companies in industry or in other comparable industries, and there's some really interesting things. So we asked the question, again, performing an analysis of what took place, looking at the numbers. And so when we think about this, again, taking a look at between 2020 and 2023 leading up to the event, taking a look at the financials and doing some trend analysis. Well, at a high level, the trends indicate that there's some challenges related to cost utilization, which could affect long-term financial stability. Well, tell me more. Moving over to number 2. Taking a look at the liabilities and looking at some of the ratios that a financial analyst would look at, there has been a significant increase in liabilities from 2020 to 2022. In other words, if you start to look, there were some acquisitions, opening and closing of things, right? Bringing on other assets, bringing on identity programs, bringing the assets together as an example. Taking a look at what happened between 2021 going up to 2024 at the end of the event, well, the data would suggest that there was an operational shift. There was streamlining that was taking place, right? There was improving, creating operational efficiencies. And now it's not unusual for companies to expand and contract, right? What's interesting is that while looking at the numbers and automating some of the analysis, we're able to start to see some patterns. And so in 2023, leading right up to the event, the data would suggest that there was a strategic shift towards consolidation, right? It was to really pay down, manage the debt. And that comes in the form of cost cutting or potentially divesting. And so when we start to think about this as a potential pattern, as something to compare other companies going through it, it's interesting, something to, again, trigger off of. And when we look at the operating cash flow, again, was there money there to go through and fund and operate? We have that data. So again, we have a comparison. Because when you look at companies in industry, whether in the gaming, whether in the healthcare, financial, banks, tech, they all carry their assets differently. And you can start to look for those patterns just like a financial analyst does. So those are what some of the numbers suggest. And there's a question in the back.
Just brief, just curious, how much of the rest of the world has the same simply consistent with the requirements for the privacy publish
The question is how many.
Like globally speaking, how this model that we use here, you don't have to speak to great people, just curious.
Yeah. So
How typical is it to find it in other countries?
compared to other countries, I guess the way that I look at it, the way that I think about it, there's generally accepted accounting principles, right, that really govern the ratios that are here in the United States. Some of them are accepted internationally, but they actually have different principles. The purpose of really finding some commonality is, again, looking at the finances, looking at what. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm asking as a prelude to the next question, which is, in theory, some of this data could also be used for attack modeling.
Yes.
To target our corporations.
Gotcha.
Advance early warning if they're ineptitude while they're trying to consolidate their thing.
Got it. Yes. So the question is, again, if you're looking at this and you see signs of danger or something that is of interest, could someone or something from the outside look at this? Yes, which is part of why we're calling this of interest. Thank you. The other question.
PCAOB guidelines for revenue recognition of SaaS companies.
I'm sorry?
There are the PCAOB guidelines for the revenue recognition of SaaS companies.
That's right.
Are there any PCAOB guidelines or upcoming that determine how the accounts have to be dealt with for cyber losses?
The question is, the PCAOB has specific guidance for SaaS companies. Is there any guidance that's out there that's...
I'm actually trying to do a parallel here because one is about how you recognize touch, because basically the idea is how do you form these different accounts,
Right.
and how do you account for them in the books, and that used to be a big problem with SaaS companies, and that was dealt with.
Because of how technology companies carry their
That's a
assets.
completely different problem, but right now we have a bigger problem here with cybersecurity breaches, losses. Are there any guidelines on how to handle this from an accounting perspective?
Are there any guidelines? I don't know that I can answer that one directly right now, but let me table that one and see if I can come back to it. right? 'Cause the focus is really on the body of knowledge, but that is a great question. Let me come back to that one. Yes?
I wanted to take you back on past. Sorry for derailed.
You did not.
Yeah, so is this, maybe we're looking at insurance companies, maybe scrutinizing these acquisitions and mergers into more detail or something like that?
Insurance companies, portfolio companies, venture capital companies, investors might have an interest in this information. We think that it absolutely has another way of looking at a risk profile, which is why that's of interest. Because again, if you've ever gone through mergers, acquisitions, divestitures, and you're comparing your programs, again, the finances are effectively reviewed, but there's no line item for cyber. There's no line item for technology per se, but there's some operational costs that, again, certain companies of like industries carry. They look at those ratios, and as a trained financial analyst, you look for that, right? You're looking for efficiencies, and to increase profitability, you're driving efficiencies. So again, that's some of the early warning signals and things that we're doing. Excellent questions, and I'm glad you guys are picking up what we're putting down here, right? Because these, again, this is just based on what the numbers suggest with trend analysis, using some of the ratios that are generally accepted accounting principles governed by the PCAOB, right? So the idea is we've got some triggers, right? And as we start to go through and continue to distill the words, again, we can automate what the words say. And so if we go through and we take a look at the 10K and what was said in comparison to an 8K, and we just say, all right, anytime you see the word cybersecurity or anything of interest, right, regulation, incident, whatever it may be, take the paragraph before, take the paragraph after, and let's do some analysis. And there's some interesting things that are there. Again, because there are requirements to disclose information to make sure that we protect that financial investment, right? So you could see, there was no incident reported during a particular period of time. But once the 8K was filed, as an example, there was an adjustment in EBITDA, right? There was a mention of adjusted bookings, right? There was a decrease in profitability. There were services outages, right? Because again, these are all smoke signals, right? Because we're looking for the fire, right? When we continue on with the analysis, was it mentioned, right? Is a company operating looking at this from a risk perspective? And again, there's differing views of this, and they all go through a legal review, but we're looking for the patterns, right? We're looking for pattern analysis because, again, these are smoke signals. Where's the fire, right? And in the eyes of the Security and Exchange Commission, here's your fire, right? The drop in stock price, right? And so when we go through and we take a look and marry those smoke signals with the fire, and we start to see pretty interesting information. So right as the event was being experienced, price was trading at $43.74. And then upon the filing of the 8K, with other things that were going on, right, we saw a 4% dip. That's interesting. That's interesting, right? Because as we go through and we start to see and ride that dip all the way down to its lowest point, 34.49, represents a 22% drop. There's some real interesting information because the available stock, $340 million of that, experienced about a 20% drop, or $68 million, right? That's what this is for. The disclosures of the 8Ks are to prevent the financial losses in this form, but we've not looked at it this way. Again, looking for the signals and also reviewing what is the after effect, right? And so this is one company, right? This is one company that we profile. There are many companies inside of that are publicly traded, about 3,400. And so when we start to point at the entire database, again, looking at specific information, you have to do something with all of that information to start to profile and run your experiments, especially if you're modeling. And so you start to introduce your lag plots, right? And that is basically the distribution of the information, the ratios, and the things that are of interest over time. And then you need to go through and distribute your model, right? So on the right-hand side, the right-hand side here, you're starting to see, again, some information that's being distilled, and we're looking for some patterns, again, based on the ratios, based on the information, based on some other things that we think are of interest. And then on the other side, again, there's not a specific cost of security as a line item, but there are some estimates, there are some guesses based on how companies carry their assets that we can distill. And so there's some form of a productivity, there's some form of a company that has gone through and done certain things and not experienced an event, against others. Again, looking for early warning signals. And so you go through, you pick your model, or in our case, you make your own, and you're looking for something, right? The assumption of what the cost of the cybersecurity looks like. And so there's some form of risk mitigation, there's some sort of productivity, there's some sort of absence of an 8K disclosure because an incident was not solved for, and then again, you've developed or are beginning to develop a profile of interest. Again, pointing at the entire database within your date ranges. And so when you start to think about this, it's kind of like, again, being on that fire tower with binoculars, the left and the right lens, and you start to distill some information, and then you've got a standard deviation, right? And you're starting to go through and have the ability to run the experiments, to then compare the MGMs, the United Healthcares, the SolarWinds, the Cloroxes, the AT&Ts against all the other things. And as time goes on, we'll start to see more and more of this because, again, this requirement is novel. And it is allowing us to develop early warning signals or things that are of interest. And so we start to think of this, again, this is the two lenses of the binoculars here and bringing it all together. What does it mean, right? Well, what it means is that you get the opportunity to draw a box. If I could leave you with just one thing, it's this. All of this information is to be able to draw a box. And so the little dots represent particular companies of interest that have certain patterns that we've thought to be of interest. And the whole purpose of this is to decide on whether or not you invest on what's inside of the box or bet on what's outside of the box. And so with all of that, what we've, again, just to conclude here, what we've talked about is the regulatory requirements that are posting out, that are requiring us to post a lot of information that could be of interest, information that we believe could be an early warning signal. And when you start to use the financial insights from the 8Ks and the 10Ks, you marry it with the cyber threat intelligence techniques that are out there, you can then start to go and overall see what the company is doing and what the outputs are and develop some early warning signals. And so with that, I thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you in its current nascent form. I'm Brandon at firetowerai.com, and I'd be glad to open up the floor to any questions that you may have. If you don't mind going up to the mic, I think they can hear you, but thank you for the questions.
So it seems like the purpose of the 8K filings is to prevent financial losses, correct? But from the graph you showed, and it's not a big data set, it seems like when they announce the 8K that there's a momentary dip in the stock price. So you could kind of use that to predict that with these filings, that there could affect the stock price and bet on that loss. Is that correct?
There is an opportunity to potentially short a company, right? You do allow for that. I think one of the points, and I'm glad that you brought that up, is that on average, a company will go through and rebound from a cyber incident in about 90 days.
But that initial
dip.
So if you were going through the Edgar, because this is in Edgar, right?
That's right.
And you notice new filings, you could use that as data for what you think the price is going to do, at least momentarily.
It, again, helps understand what a profile could look like, either in industry, recovery, or otherwise.
Right.
Because, again, the purpose of the 8K is saying we've experienced an outage, financials are going to be adjusted. If you made an investment, you might lose on that investment, so here's everything we know to be transparent about the particular event. And so, on average, again, and this is one of the interesting conversations about this. You experience a cyber event, but you could see around December, you've actually made more money, right? Why is that? There's many, many variables that affect the financial statement. But again, there's $100 million here, or there's $68 million in overall drop if you take the bottom point, right? That's interesting information when you look at the numbers, you start to combine it with triggers.
Right.
Thank you for the question.
So as a recovering CISO, then, would you say you can also look at this from the internal perspective and use this as, actually, if you go back 2 slides, to the, it's going to be the cost to investment, yeah.
This.
So, yeah, so using this then to help justify expenditures and spending on security, right, showing it from an internal perspective, right, you're competing with your not competing, but you're trying to convince your CFO, you're trying to convince other people to invest in some of these things. Do you see this as a way to help in explaining that in terms that they can understand?
Yes. The short answer to that is yes. So when you think about diligence, especially if you're a portfolio company, you've got company A, company B, company C, right? And you've gone through and the financials look good. You may be wanting to do a private equity play. Right? You're looking to provide leverage and do certain things to acquire to make it more attractive. You might be acquiring a company to sell off certain parts or to invest money and invest resource to put it back out into the world. Depends on what you're looking for. So one of the measures of diligence is being able to look at how do you compare against your peers in industry or your other like scenarios. And what we're looking for are particular patterns and profiles to then compare and say, hey, again, in the case of MGA, expansion, contraction, movement over time, and we experience an outage and we experience an event, there might be some other comparisons that are out there. So absolutely, that's an applicable use case that we contemplate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that question.
Along those lines, I noticed that right now it looks like you are focusing on areas around the word cybersecurity, for lack of a better term. Have you looked at other aspects, particularly filings that aren't necessarily explicitly cybersecurity related, things like layoffs, labor relations, all that sort of stuff that are other indicators of an organization under stress that don't necessarily immediately translate to a change in revenue?
So the answer to that is yes, and the reason for that is you can appreciate, right, a lot of the operating expenses, like people don't have a specific line item, right? And so when we're looking for financially distressed companies, just like in other cases, you're looking for those indicators. The words vary, right? For the sake of this presentation, we just keyed off of cybersecurity. But again, the analysis is looking for indicators of distress, which then trigger an analysis, which then helps us form a profile. Thank you.
Kind of a 2-part question. Firstly, how laggy is the data in the filings? How much time do you get before you can perform the analysis in a way that's statistically relevant? And then secondly, what's the predictive value of this information? Like, have you been able to test the false positive rates on these signals that you're picking up on?
Yep, so the first question, just to make sure I got it, the first question is how laggy is the data, right? So the requirement for the filing of an 8K is relatively novel, right? So again, from December up until present day. So that's the corpus of information that we have at this time. Of course, there are other 8Ks and other disclosures and comparisons, right? But we're specifically looking at that and preparing for additional 8K filings to then build those profiles. And so there are regulatory requirements that necessitate putting it out once you feel like you're going to affect shareholder value or an investor value. And that's kind of in question because is it at the time of which you experience the event or at the time in which you've declared it to be material or the time in which you've notified, again, cat, rat, dog regulator as opposed to the SEC. So there's a lot of complexity and it varies. If you're healthcare regulated versus tech, you're going to have a lot more regulatory hoops to go through, so it'll appear more laggy as compared to an industry that is not as heavily regulated, but publicly traded. Does that answer your question? The second piece to that question, remind me again?
Have you tested the false positive rates on those?
The false positive rate. So what's in the box is in question for us, right? Because again, it's based on the data to date. And so the predictive analysis component is something that we believe and we'll see. So it's a function of time. But we'll be able to answer that as time progresses and our models improve. Great questions. Thank you.
So I'm afraid this doesn't have much to do with Fire Tower per se, but
would it be possible, or has that happened, or do you think it's possible that somebody could like basically short a stock and then attack the company?
You could use data for good, you could use data for evil,
Yeah.
right? At one point, it was very popular for adversaries to go through and look at public 10K filings, and some companies, in the spirit of providing transparency, would post how much cyber insurance they had. And that came back to bite them, right?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
again, there was no way of negotiating what the ransom payout would be. It was actually there in the spirit of disclosure. So again, the idea is that there's information and you could use it for good, you could use
Yeah.
it for bad, but it's all again in how you decide you want to use it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Great question.
So my question's really, if you had a really hard-nosed CFO who was looking at this data and went, well, you said if we have a big cyber event, the share price will be back to where it was in 90 days. We'll commit to improving security. We'll embark on a big program. I don't need to embark on that cost now. I'll wait till something happens, and then if it does, we'll bite the dip for 90 days. We'll be back to where we need to be. What would your argument be to someone who put forth that kind of position?
Yeah, so the great question. So the ultimate expression of risk, in my opinion, is if you're publicly traded through these 10Ks, right? Budgets are approved ultimately by the CFO, right? Through the CEO board, but through the CFO, rolling up and rolling down. And so if you've gone through any type of changes, cost cutting, holding things static, potential divestitures, or the company's in financial distress, that's part of the conversation, is having a more informed conversation with those financial folks, the CFOs. And so my aha moment didn't come to me until I actually sat down with the financial analysis, the analysts that are very skilled. And I asked the question, I said, how many times do you talk to your operational teams? They're like, barely any, right? So love your financial business partner, love your CFO organization, speak their language because they're looking at it differently. If there's no company to protect because, again, you're so financially unhealthy, well, they're making those calls. The idea is that there is a downstream effect to this. And there are patterns that we can see, especially if you're a portfolio company holding other companies. Thank you for that. Yes.
Thanks so much for doing this briefing today. And his question was the first part of my question. Yes, it could be used for evil. I do believe that as adversaries become more sophisticated and include other competencies, there's no doubt that this could be used for that. But if you put on your hat as a risk practitioner now and think of not only as a recovering CISO, but as a risk practitioner, this data, especially the MGM kind of 6 phases, there are 5 phases, informs a changing risk landscape where certain things could be more impactful to an organization. Do you think that that kind of analysis, because most of this has been about financial analysis in the context of cyber threats, but do you think it could be used in reverse to say, we now have some financial conditions or strategic pivots or shifts that represent different kinds of risk that maybe we hadn't considered before? Does my question make sense?
It does,
Okay.
yeah. So basically, we've been looking for the smoke signals, but can it also shine a light on what good looks like? And the answer is potentially yes, right? Because again, the idea of posting a 10K or an 8K is posting the best effort numbers of what you're doing at that time. And the idea is to both combine the analysis, the numbers, right? The math with the words. There's no math behind the words. But the idea is, again, to look for those patterns, triggers, and then provide the financial analysis view to quantify this. Did that answer your question? Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I feel like I have kind of a simple question.
Sure.
Are there high-level indicators of I guess, in a compromised situation where there's a loss of revenue loss, where there's no impact at all in the stock price? Like, are there certain things that jump out to you where you're like, yeah, that's probably not going to impact the stock price, whether vertical or...
It's really... So the question is, is there a scenario where a cyber event being disclosed does not trigger a little blip? Is that correct?
Yes.
And so in my experience and in what we've seen so far, we've not seen that right now. And we've seen at least a marginal dip, but really it's too soon to tell, right? Because you've seen service disruptions and then you've seen the question, so what? right? Well, the transfer of risk comes in the form of, say, cyber insurance. So you're able to go through and reestablish, but then what happens to the overall, the reputation of the company and some of those intangible things. And so whether there's a primary loss or a secondary is still part of what risk management looks at. So there's the immediate, but then there's the longer term, and that's basically what we're doing, is building those models, building those patterns, and building those profiles to compare.
That's super interesting.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, this is how to interact with me. So Brandon at firetowerai.com. I'm on LinkedIn, and I thank you all so very much for the time and the opportunity to share this, and happy to keep the dialogue going. So I'll be here for a little bit, and thank you all very much for your time. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. Welcome to BSides Las Vegas, AI in the Human Loop. This talk is given to you by Pretty. And a few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Prisma Cloud and Vanta, and our gold sponsor, Adobe and Project Circuit Breaker. It's their support along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. So thank you for that. And these talks are being streamed live, so as a courtesy to our speaker and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silent. And with that, let's get started. Please welcome Pretty.
Thank you. I'm trying to make sure that this looks fine, but unfortunately I can't seem to be able to move it.
We can't hear you.
Totally forgot about that. Can everybody hear me okay now? Yes. Okay, great. Thanks. Hey, everybody. I'm Preeti. I'll be talking about AI in the human loop today. So this is who I am. I'll keep it brief. I've been working at the intersection of AI and SecOps specifically, mostly focusing on analyst augmentation or automation in security operations. And outside of work, I love talking about board games, psychology, human factors. And today I'll be talking about a recent research project of mine. And feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. I don't use X or Twitter that often, so LinkedIn is the best way. So quick show of hands. I know everybody's happy houred, but I'd still like to know my audience. How many of you here work in SecOps, DNR? Okay. And how many of you here consider yourselves to be like data scientists, machine learning engineers, statisticians? Okay, wonderful. And how many of you here have done LLM app dev going beyond the basic chatbot prompting? Okay, so good number of folks, excellent. I'd love to hear your thoughts and feedback about how you've been measuring the productivity of some of the LLM apps that you've been using. So the goal for today, or my research project, is how do LLM-based applications perform in a SOC that handles millions of alerts across customers? And I'm using the word LLM specifically and not generative AI because I wanted to focus specifically on the large language models, not necessarily the generative AI applications, which can include a bunch of other things. So before I started my research project, one of the first things that I wanted to do was figure out what is the lay of the land, right? What's in front of me. And some of my awesome colleagues have done really interesting work. The team at Sophos has done good work in terms of benchmarking the security capabilities of large language models. They've evaluated a bunch, like converting text to SQL, summarizations, and their takeaway was most models only had about 50% accuracy. Like if you look at that graph there, it's about like 50% accuracy. And they've benchmarked a bunch of different LLMs. And the drawback, at least according to me, was that a lot of this was not implemented or measured with an analyst workflow. And then at that point, those were the best metrics available. Of course, this field is exploding, and every day new metrics and measurements come about. And this is some of the results from Microsoft's randomized control trial of security of Copilot for security. And their takeaways were professionals were less accurate in doing some report-based tasks and incident response tasks. And professionals were also slower in some of the aspects, whereas novices or people who are newer to the industry and newer to the SOC were able to perform some of these tasks in a much better way. The thing that they did, at least per my understanding of their research paper, is they had two specific incidents that they conducted, that they provided as part of the randomized control trial. And all of the incidents were very Defender native. So I wanted to go a little beyond that, push the envelope, because this is great research, and I wanted to take that one step further. And what I did was this, challenge accepted. Let's try to put large language models directly in an analyst workflow, and let's also use alerts or incidents and investigations across different data sources, different tooling, not just limited to a couple of tools. And this also had to happen within the existing SLA constraints that most security analysts operate under. Just a quick overview. The first task here as part of my research project is like, how do we generate key findings? A lot of people call this as incident report writing. And in our case, we're doing this, like, on average, we have about like 200 to 300 incidents. And then there are like red team incidents. We provide constant updates. So is there anything here that we can use LLMs for? And one of the reasons we chose this, it is a complex task, but one of the reasons we chose this was because there is a lot of natural language involved in it, which is the strength of the LLM, and not necessarily for doing a lot of pure reasoning-based tasks, which also comes under the LLM systems, but they're more like reinforcement learning-based systems. So this is one of our tasks or use cases that we are testing out. And then the next one is, can we orient an analyst who is dropped into a response environment with everything that is present in form of alerts and vendor data? Is that something that we can do? The idea here was to kind of look at the reasoning and find out if there are like outcomes that we can come up with that an analyst can orient themselves. All right, so without beating around the bush too much, the first thing that I wanted to talk about is just this high-level boxes, right? Like, this was the LLM-powered application. The goal of this talk is to not tell you how to like develop an LLM-powered application, but mostly to tell you about what factors to consider and how to design experiments to see if they truly provide the value and ROI that you need in your environment. So quickly here, it is depending on the kind of use case that we're using. We provide a bunch of alerts, enrichment along with it. And then in some cases, we'll have like potential remediation actions, which is after an investigation is conducted. And we documentize all of this, send it to an LLM model. There are configurations such as prompt templates. There are configurations like other hyperparameters like the temperature values. So those are all configurations. And then finally, we document the metrics offline. And then the output comes around. But where do we put the human in this? One of the key aspects of or one of the key goals of our experiment was to actually put this in the hands of our analyst and in an automated way without having them to like iterate on prompts continuously, without having like a chatbot-like situation. Because the novelty of a chatbot will fade very soon, especially when you're in active response mode. So data teams are always like, show me the data. We want more data. And in my experience working at this intersection of security and ML, the security teams are almost like, show me the results, and then I can tell you whether things are good or not. So it's always a tricky balance. We want to introduce as minimum friction as possible while collecting meaningful data. So this was the key part of our research, like trying to figure out how to best set up some of these experiments. I think some of the talks earlier this morning, especially around the large-scale phishing attack, kind of alluded to experiment design. It only presented the results, but I can go deeper into the experiment design. So human in the loop is a common term where we talk about a collaborative approach where the humans are teaching machine learning models and training, but the real outcome we want is we want AI in the loop where AI is producing outputs and the humans are at the center of decision making. So instead of doing a human in the loop, we really want AI in the loop. And this is one of the key aspects here. We want the AI system to kind of produce outputs from the get-go. Right, so the first approach for either of our experiments was we wanted to measure time. What does it look like, when a single analyst is given a workflow with and without LLMs? So that was our first approach. But if you really think about it, there is bias introduced here because the same analyst will be looking at the same incident, and then there's a lot of duplicative effort. This is definitely not acceptable. The second approach is, can we give a few analysts like no LLMs, and then and a bunch of other analysts, a few LLMs. This is the classic control versus test experiment setup. However, the question that came about here was, what if a few of these analysts are more experienced? What if some of these analysts are not that experienced? And will that affect the lift? Will that affect the outcome of our experiments? So these were the challenges. And in addition to that, we wanted to provide a different combination of like models and get different types of feedback. So if people have seen Chatbot Arena, that's exactly what Chatbot Arena does. They have a bunch of different types of models, but they don't tell you what the actual model is until you type and get an answer. So my prompt here was, is hot dog a sandwich? And then you can rate, saying one was better, the other one was not so good, tie. We really thought about this. Does this really suffice in our condition? Probably not. Just getting thumbs up and thumbs down does not add a lot of meaningful information in terms of what we can leverage and confidently say, yes, this particular piece of information generated by the LLM was good and something was not good. So this did not really cut it for us. So we wanted to look at more automated ways of doing this. And that's when we set up an A/B test experiment bed. So there are 3 different types of variants. The first variant is obviously we want to run 2 different experiments, the key findings generation and orienting an analyst as soon as they're dropped into this environment. And the third variant is for every experiment, we want to check how junior analysts are performing, how senior analysts are performing. And finally, for every group of analysts, we also wanted to check how different models are performing and different parameters and configurations, templates, all the hyperparameters that go with us. So this is the A/B test experiment setup that we did. And finally, the success of every experiment depends on the integrity of how well the experiment is run. One of the constraints or challenges that we had was that our analysts are very collaborative in nature. So the senior and the junior analysts kind of work together, which meant we cannot actually do an A/B test, but we had to come up with something called as like a switchback test. Not necessarily come up, it is fairly standard, but a switchback test is basically running the experiment randomly. It's still random, but we switch back and forth across different time periods. So that way, even if there are network effects, the impact of those effects are not very persistent in the results of our experiments. So this is our experiment design. We did a switchback test experiment. And then finally, this is like our LLM generated output. So yes, the experiment is, the A/B test is producing results. And now finally, we wanted to measure. So what did we want to measure? We wanted to measure things like time to edit, the quality across both the use cases that we had. And when it comes to measurements, we're also doing automated measurements. So here's an example where we provide some sort of input, which is what we provide as the input to the LLM, and then we have the LLM generated output. So an example here is, in order to measure hallucination, the truth is whatever we compute from the investigation, and the claims is whatever we compute from the LLM generated output. So if the truth, like let's say we ask a question, was a domain controller involved in this particular incident? And if the truth says, I don't know, and if the claim was that yes, then that becomes a hallucination because the model is creating something that we're not very sure of. It's an I don't know. And contradiction is when it clearly violates. So the truth says the answer is no. The truth says the answer is yes, and the claim says the answer is no. So there's a clear contradiction. And then finally, coverage is a key metric. Let's say we ask the question, was a web shell deployed? And the truth says yes. The claim also says yes. That means the LLM is picking out the right relevant context from whatever we're providing as the input. So this is one such aspect. And then the previous one is something that's fairly industry standard. We call it question and answer generation and evaluation. But this is a different aspect, which is what if we can identify signal gaps? So let's say we have a reference document, and the reference document is something where our analysts reflect on and provide their thoughts. And they say, we found a particular vulnerability, and the analyst writes it up. But it's not necessarily in our LLM input at all. And that is a critical gap that we find in our data strategy. So one of the serendipitous outcomes of our experiments was to identify potential data gaps. This is just an example that kind of walks you through that. So the ones marked in green are things that were correctly identified. This is the reference. And the one on the right is the LLM generated output. It does create a lot of hallucinations and incorrect data. And then the one marked in the red box, that is the one that the analyst or the human provided as an input, and that is their reflection on the data, which was something that the LLM could not get because it was not present in the data in the first place. And these help us really answer questions such as what is good data strategy, what is not so good. Should we focus on improving our modeling techniques, prompting techniques, or should we focus on improving things that are going in as signals? So that is a critical piece of outcome from our experiment. And then in terms of results, cost was something that definitely everybody considers. Cost was very easy for us to compute because initially everybody is wanting to get people onto their platform, so cost was definitely an easy factor here. And cost of generating an incident was very low compared to the actual ones. But the key results here are quality and time go hand in hand, better quality, less edit times, less time to write. In case of Palm and Gemini, the AI in the loop was beneficial. The LLM was able to write good things. But in the case of a tuned model, which was surprising, the model learned some aspects and forgot all its inherent learned capabilities. So in this case, it was counterproductive. And another thing which was surprising was initially we were concerned about alignment, that is hallucinations. But hallucinations were not that much of a problem, whereas coverage was a problem. The model failed to retain a lot of the things that was actually provided in the form of input. So I think these were the two things that we learned so far. And sorry? That happens sometimes during the tuning, where when you're training some of the end layers of a large language model, some of the inherent tasks. Possible.
Is that what you were saying?
Yes, that could be one of the aspects here. I know I have to finish the talk, so yeah. And finally, this is our path forward. We want to do more analysis over different types of models, threat types, because this is not well covered or researched. And we want to amplify the analyst-provided signals. So that's pretty much it. These are the things that you need to ask as a data scientist. Do we need yes or no tasks? I think that is a better takeaway. Instead of doing more complex tasks, can we simply do intent classification? And then as a security practitioner, I think we should definitely ask questions as how much of an impact will this have on our workflow? What will change? What kind of feedback do I have to provide? I think these are things that we have to consider. So that's it from me. I'm happy to take questions offline. Yeah, thanks.
BSides Las Vegas. This presentation is reassessing 50K vulnerabilities, and we have a few analysis before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Prisma Cloud and Vanta, and our other sponsors, Adobe, Project Circuit, and SimGrep. It's their support, along with other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. And these talks are going to be live streamed, so as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check your cell phones and set to silent. And with that, please welcome Hiro for me.
Thank you very much to come to my presentation. So today I'm talking about reassessing 50,000 vulnerabilities, insights from SSVC evaluation in Japan largest telco. First of all, it's about me. So I'm Hiro from Japan. I'm a SOC manager at NTT ME, that is NTT East Group company. So in my 10 years background in cybersecurity, I led incident response and vulnerability management, and I've also worked for MSS. Actually, this is my first time to present abroad, so I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm really happy to be here. Thank you. And it's about NTT East. NTT East is the largest telecom carrier, having 13 million customers in Japan. So we cover 99% area of Eastern Japan. So, and we provide FTTH, fixed telephone line, and leased line, and VPN, and web services. To operate these services, we have hundreds of servers and network devices in open and closed network. It's a trend in the number of vulnerability. The number of vulnerability continues to increase year by year. It increased 56% in 5 years. Especially in this portion, black and red portion, critical and high account for over 60%. To deal with a huge number of vulnerability, we used to assess vulnerabilities with our original method. We equally dealt with public and closed network. That's a big problem. And so enormous number of vulnerabilities required action and burden to manage, like these people. So we started considering a new method for vulnerability management 2 years ago. And so the new requirements are these. So first one is prioritize and decide action appropriately based on the severity of vulnerability itself, and attack possibility, and attack surface and asset value. And also, asset logic is accountable. The last one is most important. The number of high priority vulnerabilities requiring immediate action is a realistic number to respond. This is our first approach. It's actually did not work. So we try to use CVSS version 3.1 more effectively. In addition to base metric, we try to use temporal metrics such as exploit code maturity and environmental metric such as CIA importance of each service and impact to CIA. Then after considering each metric, vulnerabilities have low CVSS score in the closed network may not have to be responded earlier. Let's see how it works from next slide. So this is a picture of a CVSS calculator. So if you want, you can try from this URL. And this is one example of vulnerability that has 8.6 vulnerability CVSS score. It's a little bit higher. And let's see the effect of temporal metrics. To consider exploit code maturity, I changed high, functional, proof of concept, and unproven. As you can see, everyone is still high. The next one is effective environmental metrics. So to consider confidentiality effect, because this vulnerability has high confidentiality. So I try to change high, medium, and low, but it's still high. The last one is temporal metrics and environment metrics. So finally, I changed the unproven to the exploit code maturity, and then set low to the confidentiality requirement. Finally, I got medium. So as I explained, my first approach didn't work well because it was not effective enough to prioritize the vulnerability and reduce the number of respond. So because considering each metric is not effective enough to change the CVSS score and its severity. The CVSS is a good indicator to understand the basic severity of vulnerability itself. On the other hand, important parameters are positioned as option items such as exploit availability, attack surface, and business impact. And CVSS score 0.10 is obtained, but no guideline exists for actions from the score. And also, algorithms have not been openly discussed and justified by the standardization groups. So to reconsider the vulnerability management for us, there are several methods for recent method. One is KEV, and EPSS, and SSVC, and CVSS version 4. So this time, we focused on SSVC this time. What is SSVC? So I explained a little bit about it. A framework, this is a framework proposed by Carnegie Mellon University to address the problem of CVSS. And the decision tree makes a decision considering 4 key factors such as exploitation, exposure, and utility, and human impact. And then it outputs actions to be taken such as immediate, out of cycle, and scheduled and defer. And also, decision tree clearly shows what decisions were made. This is the entire picture of decision tree, so it's very small. But if exploitation is active and exposure is open, laboratory is super efficient, and human impact is very high or high, we can get immediate. Sorry for very small picture. And to use SSVC method to our actual vulnerability management. So we created our own criteria to determine each parameter as input, considering our actual environment. And the set deadline based on the output from our SSVC decision tree. The first one is exploitation. The definition and criteria and decision. If no exploit code found, the decision is none. If exploit code exists but not listed on the exploit DB, the decision is POC. When exploit code is public on the exploit DB and available for exploitation, the output is active. The second one is exposure. It's a system in the closed network, such as management servers. The decision is small, and the limited system in the fixed telecom network, it's controlled. And systems published to the internet or telecom network to customers, such as web servers, the decision is open. The utility is a little bit different from others. It can be decided combination of automatable and value density. For automatable, we use a vector of CVSS. So if attack vector is network and required privilege level is none, and a required engagement level is none, the decision is yes, and other than that, no. For value density, impact on executive resources when a successful attack, such as web server database, authentication servers, and highly sensitive data, the decision is controlled. Other than that, diffuse. From combination of these output, the utility can be decided to laborious, efficient, and super effective. The last one is human impact. If development environment a system for internal use only, this decision is low. The system to maintain the telecom services and medium, and telecom services and related services other than the following, the decision is high. The criteria, critical telecom and socially important service, the very high. This is the actual example for actual vulnerability, Spring for Shell. The CVSS score is 9.8. For public web service, exploitation is active, exposure is open, utility is super effective, impact is high, the output is immediate. In my company, actually it's completed remediation on the same day. And on the other hand, telecom-related services in the closed network, exploitation is active, exposure is small because it's closed network, and the utility is efficient, and impact is high, the output is out of cycle. To evaluate the method, we reassessed 50,000 vulnerabilities. For target data, we extracted a list of 50,000 vulnerabilities from our management database. And it's acquired based on the software component information from our actual hundreds of services over the past few years. It actually have been assessed and responded if necessary in our previous workflow. And to evaluate these vulnerabilities, we applied our new SSVC method, and it carried out by 2 people over 10 days. It's a result of the assessment. So it's divided into a public network and a closed or control network. And their immediate out of cycle, schedule, and differ. So first of all, so immediate is just 8%, and out of cycle is 9%. The total number of this is 70%. So we can say it's much more realistic number to respond. Next one, let's see the attack surface. So in the public network, immediate and out of cycle and schedule account for 98%, and differ just 2%. And in the enclosed or a control network, no immediate. On the other hand, scheduled and differ account for 92%. So it effectively prioritizes considering open and control or closed network. Let's focus on immediate. So we checked what SSVC severity included. And critical is 15% and high is 50%. So the total with this is 65%, that's decent. And on the other hand, medium and low account for 35%. That's interesting. If we respond to the CVSS score, critical or high severity, we overlook this portion. So why low severity is included in the immediate? Let's see. So this is because of the structure of SSVC decision tree. So even if CVSS score is low, if a following vulnerability can be immediate, exposure is active, and the exploitation is active, exposure is open, and human impact is high or very high. That's why it happened. The last one is attack difficulty. So attack vector is, if attack vector network is 67%, and for attack complexity, low and medium account for 97%. High is only 3%, so decent. So I can say effectively prioritize considering attack difficulty. So that's the conclusion. Our CVSS method effectively prioritizes vulnerability considering attack possibility, attack surface, and business impact. The number of high priority requiring immediate action is 8%. That's much more realistic number to respond. Our current and future work is how to determine the important parameter. So this is the most important one. So I think we should reconsider this one. And other future work is to automate and optimize entire vulnerability management. Thank you for listening. Do you have any questions?
Are you applying this to software that you develop internally as well, or is it only for third-party vulnerabilities in production?
So could you say?
Yeah, sure. Do you apply this methodology to software you develop internally, as well as third-party and open source components that you run in production?
You mean what? So. Third-party software. Thank you for helping.
Yeah, first party versus third party. So this is all third party?
Okay, so we use so many open sources or commercial sources to operate our services, such as these services. So we use many kind of softwares. Or do you have any question?
Did you get any pushback from management moving away from CVS? It seems to like CVS is very, established, especially with regulators and that sort of thing. They expected.
Sorry, could you say again? I'm so sorry.
Did management mind moving away from CVS? Were they a bit hesitant to use a new kind of approach? Sorry. No, so like regulators are big fans of CVSS, and I imagine you guys very regulated.
So you mean why we decided to use CVSS?
Yeah, so at your level, of course, it looks like an interesting thing, CVS not work, but maybe the management attached to it. Yeah.
Okay, so we can decide it by ourselves. So it's not regulation, but so to deal with so many vulnerabilities, we started using this. Yeah, it's not regulation.
We wanted to respond quickly. So the CVS is the virtual we know, but we want to respond quickly as soon as possible. So in that case, we need to take SSVC. It's very easy to adapt.
Did you have any difficulty in automating checking things like the human impact of the vulnerability as you scored the 50,000 vulnerabilities?
Yes, so we have some hundreds of systems, and we decide what is important and what is not important, and we try to decide by ourselves and decide. And so it's just manual. Yeah, we cannot manually decide what is important system or not.
Were there any other places where you used an approach like that to help in automating the scoring or the categorization?
Sorry, what?
Were there any other places where instead of choosing the decision tree for individual vulnerabilities, you chose it for like a group of systems or something like that to help automate?
So the last one, that's our future work. So the vulnerability can be acquired based on the software component information.
Yeah.
So we try to extract the software information automatically, and so yeah, sorry, that's the last page. Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have you implemented this yet at the company?
Sorry.
Have you implemented this strategy at the company and seen results of reprioritizing things? So you're focused on reprioritizing these vulnerabilities to be fixed.
Yeah.
Have you implemented this at the company and seen tangible results yet of the prioritization? Maybe lower active amount of open vulnerabilities, anything like that?
Sorry.
This isn't just a study, you really did this, right?
Yeah, this is actual data. Have you?
Yeah, that's actual data.
Have you seen the impact of this study? Have you implemented at your company?
Oh, it's already implemented. So yeah, we use SSVC to our actual vulnerability management. So to decide to use SSVC, we check how it works.
Sure.
Yeah.
Have you seen I don't know if you guys measure how many active vulnerabilities you have on a monthly or yearly cycle. Have you seen a decrease in the number of criticals and highs that are outstanding, or like your mean time to repair? Any of those metrics pop up as a side effect or a product of this?
Side effects or something?
You have prioritized everything. Has that prioritization yielded quicker fix times for the higher priorities, or you now have less outstanding criticals and highs because of it?
わかんない。はい。Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, actually, the immediate end of cycle is about 8.9%, so it reduced. So, yeah, so we decided, we decided set deadline for each output, and for immediate and out of cycle, we have to respond earlier, so it's just about 70%. So, yeah, other than that, we can do it slowly. So
sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
With the deadlines you guys set, do they really hit that?
Yeah, we actually set the deadline, but I cannot share because of our company's information. So sorry. Yeah, I can tell you after that. Yeah, it's on YouTube, so yeah.
Well, I think we're at time. Thanks, everybody. We're going to have a meetup by the pool if anybody's interested. Just a lounge session to hang out right after this, basically. So we'll try to end it down there. What's that? It's related to data science. Yeah.
Ooh.